O eternal and almighty God, from whom all power and wisdom come, we are assembled here before thee to frame such laws as may tend to the welfare and prosperity of our province. Grant, O merciful God, we pray thee, that we may only desire that which is in accordance with thy will, that we may seek it with wisdom and know it with certainty, and accomplish it perfectly for the glory and honor of thy name, and for the welfare of all our people. Amen. We acknowledge we are gathered on Treaty 1 territory, and that Manitoba is located on the treaty territories and ancestral lands of the Anishinaabe, Anishinaabe, Dakota Oete, Dene Sulene, and Neothog nations. We acknowledge Manitoba is located on the homeland of the Red River Métis. We acknowledge northern Manitoba includes lands that were and are the ancestral lands of the Inuit. We respect the spirit and intent of treaties and treaty making, and remain committed to working in partnership with First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people in the spirit of truth, reconciliation, and collaboration. Please be seated. The Honourable Member for Riding Mountain.
Honourable Speaker, on a point of order.
The Honourable Member for Riding Mountain on a point of order.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. My choice of words for a recent question to the Honourable Minister of Finance in this House was inappropriate. This morning I apologized in person to the Honourable Minister, and this afternoon I publicly apologize to the Minister and all Honourable Members of this House for any unintended consequences of the way my questions were worded. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Just point out that the member doesn't have a point of order, but we certainly, I'm sure, all appreciate the member's apology. Routine proceedings, introduction of bills. The Honourable Member for... Been away for a week. The Honourable Member for Radisson.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I move, seconded by the MLA for Tuxedo, that Bill Number 216, the Health System Governance and Accountability Amendment Act, plebiscite before permanent emergency room closure, loi modifiant la loi sur la gouvernance et l'obligation rédactionnelle au sein du système de santé, plébiscite sur la fermeture permanente et de salles d'urgence be now read a first time.
It's been moved by the Honourable Member for Radisson, seconded by the Honourable Member for Tuxedo, that Bill Number 216, the Health System Governance and Accountability Amendment Act, plebiscite before permanent emergency room closure, be now read a first time. The Honourable Member for Radisson.
Honourable Speaker, I rise today to introduce Bill 216, the Health System Governance and Accountability Act, plebiscite before permanent emergency room closure, which will require a plebiscite take place prior to the permanent closure of an emergency room. Manitobans deserve to have a say when it comes to whether or not emergency rooms close permanently. Honourable Speaker, after the previous government closed emergency rooms across the province without listening to the needs of Manitobans, this bill will ensure that they receive their rightful opportunity to have their voices heard.
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed, and so ordered. The motion is accordingly passed. Committee reports. Oh, the Honourable Member for Brandon West.
Thank you. I move, seconded by the MLA for Portage la Prairie, that Bill 232, the Victims of Impaired Drivers Commemoration Day Act, Commemoration of Days, Weeks, and Months Acts amended, be now read a first time.
Been moved by the Honourable Member for Brandon West, seconded by the Honourable Member for Portage la Prairie, that Bill Number 232, the Victims of Impaired Drivers Commemoration Day Act, Commemoration of Days, Weeks, and Months Act amended, be now read a first time. The Honourable Member for Brandon West.
Well, thank you, Honourable Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today and introduce Bill 232, the Victims of Impaired Drivers Commemoration Day Act, which will occur May 1st of each year. This bill commemorates the lives of the victims lost to the dangerous act that is impaired driving. This bill is in remembrance of Jordan Reimer and all of those who have lost a life to impaired driving, and to all of the victims and their families. I look forward to the unanimous support of this legislation.
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed and so ordered. Committee reports. The Honourable Member for Kirkfield Park.
Honourable Speaker, I wish to present the second report of the Standing Committee on Justice.
Your Standing Committee on Justice.
Dispense. The Honourable Member for Kirkfield Park.
Honourable Speaker, I move, seconded by the Honourable Member for Tuxedo, that the report of the committee be received.
Been moved by the Honourable Member for Kirkfield Park, seconded by the Honourable Member for Tuxedo, that the second report of the Standing Committee on Justice be received. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Member for St. Boniface.
L'Honorable Président, I wish to present the second report of the Standing Committee on Social and Economic Development.
Your Standing Committee on.
Dispense. The Honourable Member for St. Boniface.
L'Honorable Président, I move, seconded by the Honourable Member for Radisson, that the report of the committee be received.
Been moved by the Honourable Member for St. Boniface, seconded by the Honourable Member for Radisson, that the second report of the Standing Committee on Social and Economic Development be received. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed and so ordered. Tabling of reports. The Honourable Minister of Health, Seniors and Long-Term Care.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I'm pleased to table the Health, Seniors and Long-Term Care 2025-2026 supplement to the estimates of expenditure.
No further tabling of reports. The Honourable Minister of Innovation and New Technology.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. It's my pleasure to table the 2025-26 supplement to estimates of expenditure for innovation and new technology.
The Honourable Minister of Innovation and New Technology.
Honourable Speaker, it's my pleasure to table the 2025-26 supplement to estimates of expenditure for advanced education and training.
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today and table the supplements to the estimates of expenditure 25-2026 for the Department of Finance, Public Service Commission, employee pensions and other costs, and enabling appropriations, tax credits, and public debt.
No further tablings. The Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Honourable Speaker, I'm pleased to table the supplement to the estimates of expenditure 2025-26.
The Honourable Minister of Sport, Culture and Heritage.
Honourable Speaker, I'm pleased to table the 2025-26 supplement to the estimates of expenditure for sport, culture, heritage and tourism.
Honourable Minister of Families.
Miigwech, Honourable Speaker, I'm pleased to table the 2025-26 supplement to the estimates of expenditure for the Department of Families.
The Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Learning.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I'm pleased to table the supplement to the estimates of expenditure for Budget 2025 for the Department of Education and Early Childhood Learning.
The Honourable Minister of Housing Addictions and Homelessness.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I'm pleased to table supplements to the estimates of expenditures for the Housing Addictions Homelessness Department for the fiscal year of 25-26. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Honourable Speaker, it's my pleasure to be tabling the 2025-2026 supplement of estimates of expenditures for Manitoba Agriculture.
The Honourable Minister of Municipal and Northern Relations.
Honourable Speaker, I'm pleased to table a supplement to the estimates expenditure for the Municipal and Northern Relations Department for the fiscal year 25-26. Thank
you. The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources and Indigenous Futures.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I'm pleased to table a 2025-2026 supplement to the estimates of expenditure for natural resources and Indigenous futures.
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Honourable Speaker, I'm pleased to table for Manitoba Justice the 25-26 supplement to the estimates of expenditure.
The Honourable Minister of Labour and Immigration.
Honourable Speaker, I'm pleased to table the supplement to the estimates of expenditure 2025 to 26 for Manitoba Labour and Immigration.
The Honourable Minister of Business, Mining, Trade and Job Creation.
Honourable Speaker, I'm pleased to table the supplement to the estimates of expenditure reports for business, mining, trade and job creation for Budget 2025. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I'm pleased to table the 2025-26 supplement to the estimates of expenditure for the Department of Transportation and Infrastructure.
The Honourable Minister of Public Service Delivery.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. As a Minister of Public Service Delivery, I'm pleased to table the supplement to the estimate of expenditure for 25-26. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
No further tabling. Ministerial statements. The Honourable Minister of Families.
Miigwech, Honourable Speaker. Today, we remember and honor the lives of MMIWG-2S alongside their families, an action change for our province. Manitoba is often described as ground zero for MMIWG-2S. There are countless cases and even more broken hearts mourning the lives of sacred women, girls, Two-Spirit, and gender-diverse relatives who are missing or murdered across our province. Their losses are felt across families, communities, and generations. 1 year ago today, we announced the establishment of an MMIWG-2S Healing and Empowerment Endowment Fund with an initial investment of $15 million. In November, we announced in partnership with Shoppers Drug Mart another $10 million donation towards the endowment fund, making it $25 million in less than 1 year. The endowment fund will exist in perpetuity, ensuring MMIWG-2S families will have access to the vital supports to foster healing and empowerment for themselves for years to come. This morning, I was honored to announce 5 community partners representing First Nations, Métis, Inuit, and urban Indigenous populations across Manitoba who will help deliver the first return of over $350,000 to MMIWG families this year. Our government's Mino-Awayak-Ikwayak provincial strategy, which translates into All Women Doing Well, reflects our sacred commitment to support, protect, empower, and liberate Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirit. Through Mino-Awayak-Ikwayak, in the last 20 months, so far we have supported or established the Anchor Safe Ride, over almost $1 million to Tina Safe Haven, Giganaway's Matriarch Circle support, the MMIWG2S mural, Fisher River Cree Nation Healing Space, Brandon 24/7 Safe Space and Transitional Housing called Franny's Place, Norway House Healing Gathering, and Oak Family Recovery Center, Downtown Community Safety Partnerships Indigenous Women's Unit, Two Spirit Manitoba, Tracia's Trust Engagement, Infinity Women's Secretariat Transitional Housing Support, North End Women's Resource Center, MKO Baby Baskets Program, February 14th Women's Memorial March in honor of MMIWG2S, Manitoba Moon Voices, Saugeen First Nations Memorial Event for Tina Fontaine's 10-year anniversary, MKO Monument Installation, Andrew Street Family Center, Sunshine Two-Spirit Powwow, and the Inuit Family Resource Center. My team and I are looking forward to sharing some incredibly exciting, innovative, and transformative initiatives that we have underway in the next months. To survivors and families, we see you, we believe you, we are walking this path with you. Let the red dresses hanging across our province today not only stir our hearts, but move our hands and policy into meaningful action. And our government is committed to do just that. Finally, Honourable Speaker, I would be remiss if I did not take a moment on this important Red Dress Day and on the member for Fort White's first day in this House as leader of the official opposition to remind Manitobans, especially MMIWG2S families, that the new PC leader, who, let's be honest, barely secured his position, has yet to apologize for his role in the 2023 PC election campaign. A PC campaign that echoed Trump-style tactics targeting Indigenous women murdered by a serial killer. And while he's been too busy thanking Donald Trump for the tariffs that are making Manitobans' lives more difficult, and thanking Donald Trump for interfering in Canadian politics, he still hasn't found time to reach out to the families. He's not stood in this chamber to apologize. He's not shown remorse. And let's not forget that he has also yet to apologize for his deplorable Trump-style attacks on trans children. It's shameful, it's unacceptable, and Manitobans deserve better. Miigwech.
The Honourable Member for Agassiz.
Honourable Speaker, today as Manitobans march downtown for their loved ones at this very moment, we stand with all those victimized by the terrible MMIWG2S crisis. The crisis of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls and Two-Spirit people has left anguish and irreparable wounds on our communities for decades. In just these last few years alone, Manitoba has sadly witnessed many Indigenous women and girls taken at the hands of domestic violence and systemic failures. Morgan Harris, Mercedes Myron, Rebecca Contois, and Ashley Shingus, who were killed in 2022, deserved better. Amanda Clearwater, her small children Bethany, Javen, and Isabella Manokizek, as well as her 17-year-old cousin Maya Lee Grattan, were murdered last February by Amanda's boyfriend. They deserved better. Josiah Young was murdered by her own grandmother this January. She deserved to celebrate her 3rd birthday this April 20th. Nadia Flett Carrier, killed in a murder-suicide by her ex-boyfriend just last week, also deserved better. These are just 10 of the many, many women and girls who deserved more than any words can say. These are families whose Mother's Day this month will not be celebrated the way it should be. Children without their mothers, mothers without their daughters. Red Dress Day is a vow to not forget them and to ensure that no woman or girl is left behind again. Let us all strive to do better, work together, and protect Manitoba women and girls as they so deserve. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Tyndall Park.
I ask for leave to respond to the Minister's statement.
Does the Honourable Member for Tyndall Park have leave? Agreed. The Honourable Member for Tyndall Park.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Today, on Red Dress Day, we honor and remember the lives of missing and murdered Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirit people. These red dresses, empty, haunting, and symbolic, remind us of the deep grief felt by families and communities and the urgent need for justice, safety, and systemic change. I want to thank the Minister of Families for her statement today. Words of remembrance are important, and they must be matched with meaningful actions. Honourable Speaker, as legislators, we have a responsibility to do more than just acknowledge this national crisis. We must support the families still searching for answers, invest in preventative supports, and commit to fully implementing the calls for justice from the National Inquiry. This includes better access to housing, trauma-informed health care, mental health supports, and culturally appropriate services led by Indigenous communities. There are many Indigenous women and families who are still waiting for justice, for safety, and for recognition. They deserve to know that their loved ones are not forgotten and that their lives matter every day. Let us honor these lives with lasting change and ensure that the red dresses we see today are not only a symbol of loss, but also a call to action.
Member statements. The Honourable Member for Radisson.
Honourable Speaker, I request leave in advance to finish my member statement on the Lapu Lapu Festival tragedy.
Does the Honourable Member have leave to finish her statement? Agreed, and so ordered. The Honourable Member for Radisson.
Risa Pangkanlungan immigrated to Canada from the Philippines with her husband to be closer to her family. Kira Salim was a well-respected teacher counselor at Fraser River Middle School and New Westminster Secondary School. Jandel May Siko was a loving aunt employed at a lumber distributor company. Maria Victoria Vicky Jarmnason was a beloved mother visiting her sons from the Philippines. Richard Lay was a realtor who died alongside his wife, Lin Huang, and their 5-year-old daughter, Katie Lay. They are survived by their 16-year-old son, who stayed home that day to study. Daniel Sampar, Glitza Maria Caicedo, and Glitz Daniela Samper immigrated to Canada from Colombia to escape violence. And Jennifer Darbelay was a creative and skillful artist. Many are still waiting for good news to come for their loved ones in critical care, including the 2-year-old son of my family friend, a Manitoban. Honourable Speaker, on April 26, 2025, families and friends of the Filipino community gathered in Vancouver for the British Columbia's 2nd annual Lapu Lapu Day Festival, a time meant to commemorate and honor a Philippine national hero, Datu Lapu Lapu, who bravely resisted Spanish colonial rule and put an end to Ferdinand Magellan's tirade on our land. Across the diaspora, the Lapu Lapu Festival marks a time to celebrate our culture's historic resilience in times of injustice. The celebration was stolen by a tragic juxtaposition when a car sped into the crowd. Over 30 people were injured, and 11 devastatingly lost their lives. The youngest life lost was only 5. The oldest was 65. In our culture, we have a belief called kapwa, Honourable Speaker, a value rooted deeply into everything that we do that connects all of us in a profound way. Kapwa means that what happens to you happens to me. It happens to all of us. Filipinos are told far too often that we are a resilient people because of how we have overcome the hardship that we have faced. We have seen countless waves of bloodshed, natural disaster, injustice, and collective hurt. While resilience is something that I know the member for Notre Dame, Minister for Labor and Immigration, hold with pride, I also understand that as a second-generation Filipina immigrant whose bloodline has already seen so much, Honorable Speaker, we should not have to keep enduring this hurt. This kind of violence and uprooting has no place in a country like Canada that our ancestors fought tooth and nail for us to call home. Because of this violence, shockwaves of grief, fear, and reminders of past trauma have been sent through our communities in the Filipino diaspora, all the way back to our homeland in the Philippines. To our pamilya out west, nandito po kaming lahat para sa inyo. Kahit dito lang po tayo sa Manitoba, hindi po kayo nag-iisa sa lungkot at luksa. We are right there with you in your sadness and in your grief. And to the first responders who acted promptly to their call of duty, the kababayans on the front lines who treated the victims, and the Filipino BC organizers who provided first aid and leadership amid the attack, thank you. Maraming salamat po sa iyong lahat. Condolences as well to our elected counterparts out west, Mayor Ken Sim, Premier Eby, MLA Mabel Elmore, and all those also providing support to their constituents. To our kapwa who are hurting right here in Manitoba, who are nervous for what comes next and whose minds are racing, trying to find new ways to help, we see you, we are here for you, and community will get us out of this. Honorable Speaker, community is the reason that the Filipino community is strong. Community is the source of our safety. For those wishing to offer monetary support, a transparent fund has been set up between Filipino British Columbia and United Way British Columbia at uwbc.ca/lapu. 100% of these donations will help provide immediate assistance, counseling, and trauma services and other critical support as the community begins to heal. Honorable Speaker, I ask for leave for a moment of silence immediately following my statement to commemorate the lives lost to this tragedy, those hurt, and the pain and the grief of the friends and family affected.
Is there leave for a moment of silence? Leave has been granted. Thank you. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Honourable Speaker, today I have the honour of rising as the Leader of His Majesty's Official Opposition to play a key role in leadership in our free and democratic electoral system. I am beyond honoured and humbled. Thank you. I also have the honour of serving here for the last 3 years. So often I've looked up in the public gallery filled with students who are looking at us as mentors and examples of respectful behavior. And on every occasion we have failed them with our behavior that would not be tolerated in schools or in society. That tone changes today. Today, we hold this NDP government to account, and we will do that in a dignified way that reflects the views of Manitobans who have sent us a clear message. All elected officials must do better. We will ask tough questions because Manitobans deserve real answers. We will hold the NDP to account for their long list of broken promises. We will show Manitobans that there is a better path to unleashing our full economic potential, to making life more affordable, to holding criminals to account with jail, not bail policies, and once and for all, fixing healthcare with real action, not photo ops and empty announcements. Today, it is fitting that my first opportunity to address this House is on Red Dress Day, honoring the memories of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. I stand here today as the new leader of the PC Party, and apologize to the families of Rebecca Contois, Morgan Harris, Mercedes Myron, and Ashley Shingus, and to all Manitobans for the harm that was caused by a previous campaign. As the new PC leader, this is now on me to carry and move forward in humility, in humbleness, and in kindness, in an unwavering love and belief that when we come together under one big tent, we are all better for it. Honorable Speaker, a new day has begun. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Seine River.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Today, on Red Dress Day, I would like to recognize the nonprofit Infinity Women's Secretariat. Through a grassroots movement, IWS has created programs that advocate for Red River Métis women, girls, and 2S LGBTQ+ individuals through social, economic, and political arenas. IWS offers many programs to help their community members through policies, programs, and services that foster an understanding of the needs of women, girls, and members of the 2S LGBTQ+ community through economic, social, and mental health avenues. Their youth outreach program is dedicated to supporting and encouraging and inspiring Red River Métis women, girls, and 2S LGBTQ individuals. They want to celebrate and embrace individual connections to their Métis identity through culture, outreach, and empowerment programming. As part of the MMIWG2S Advisory Committee and in collaboration with the MMF, their Piki Waitin Bring Me Home program offers a family support worker to help Red River Métis families, citizens, and survivors by supporting and assisting them with finding their lost relatives and by bringing them home. This program is about providing families with closure and giving those that have been lost their voices back. It is about providing families with an understanding of what happened to their missing loved ones and being able to bring them home. Where colonial systems attempt to suppress and erase the voices of Red River Métis women, girls, and Two-Spirit individuals, the IWS's work in supporting them and fostering connections between them is critical. It would not be possible with the hard work of the dedicated IWS board members, Francis Chartrand, Adrian Carrier, and spokeswoman Anita Campbell, who is here with us today in the gallery. Honourable Speaker, women are sacred, and we must continue to uplift their voices, guarantee their protection, and show reverence for their lives. I ask my colleagues to please rise and join me in celebrating the work of the IWS.
The Honourable Member for Selkirk.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. It's not every day we get to celebrate someone who I've known for 35 years and whose leadership, creativity, and heart have touched so many lives. But today, I am proud to do just that by recognizing Alfred Bucky Anderson. Joining online today is Minister Anderson, Vice President of the Interlake Region and Minister of Culture and Heritage with the Red River Métis government. Elected in 2010 as Vice President of the Manitoba Métis Federation, Minister Anderson's leadership and commitment have earned him the continued trust of his community, being acclaimed in 2014, 2018, and again in 2022. Minister Anderson often says his mission is to instill pride among Red River Métis citizens and, quote, put a smile on your face, unquote. That mission came to life when he created the Métis Music Band, a unique initiative that has traveled throughout the Interlake, Southeast, and Winnipeg regions, promoting the vibrant culture and music of the Red River Métis. His efforts have been recognized with 3 separate awards in Selkirk, including the Selkirk Business Excellence Award and a Community Leadership Award from promoting Aboriginal student success. The impact of his work is also captured in a life-size mural titled, quote, "The Beat Goes On," unquote, at Robinson and Main Street in Selkirk, where the Métis Music Band stands as a symbol of cultural pride and unity. Minister Anderson finds joy in watching the Métis community flourish. He continues to connect citizens in a meaningful way, sharing music, history, and hope. Please join me in thanking Minister Alfred Bucky Anderson for his unwavering dedication, cultural leadership, and the joy he brings to the communities across Manitoba. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Housing, Addiction and Homelessness.
Miigwech, Honourable Speaker. Today I want to recognize the incredible work of Drag the Red, who searched the Red River for missing and murdered persons. Drag the Red is a grassroots organization that was started in 2014 after the discovery of 15-year-old Tina Fontaine in the Red River. It was co-founded by myself and Kyle Kematch. We formed Drag the Red to search for others who have relatives who have gone missing or have been murdered, including our own siblings, Claudette Osborne-Tayo and Amber Guy-Bosch. Since then, Drag the Red volunteers continue to search the Red River each and every year. This is preventative work. It gives families hope, supports community building, and works collaboratively with policing and many community organizations. MMIWG2S Plus touches the lives of so many, and the hard work that they do is creating change. This is a heavy task that Drag the Red does, but is unfortunately needed. And I'm pleased to know that there are folks who are out there looking for our relatives. Their continued dedication means the world to MMIWG2S families. For anyone who has faced the grief of losing a loved one, know you are not alone. All of us have a part to play in supporting the community during hard times, and Drag the Red does just that important work, to support those who are still searching for their loved ones. Organizers from Drag the Red have joined us today in the gallery, and I ask that the House join me in saying miigwech to the volunteers for their dedication and commitment each and every year. You have shown great strength in the face of tragedy and do so much to support the community. I'm so grateful for your work in supporting MMIWG2S Plus families in your efforts to bring our relatives home and to keep our communities safe. We love you. Miigwech, thank you for all your work.
Prior to oral questions, there are several guests in the gallery I'd like to introduce. First, I'll draw attention of all honourable members to the public gallery, where we have with us today pulmonary arterial hypertension patients Tanya Stinson, Cindy Heyman, Chrissy Wilder, and pulmonary arterial hypertension caregiver Rob Wilder, Dr. David Christensen, St. Boniface Hospital, who are guests of the Honourable Member for Tuxedo, and we welcome you all here today. We have seated in the public gallery from École St. Norbert 40 grade 6 to grade 8 students under the direction of Chantel Murray, and this group is located in the constituency of the Honourable Member for Seine River. We welcome you here today. And we have seated in the public gallery from Novell Design Build Custom Home Builders in Vancouver, BC, 3 guests, Laurel James, Angelito Kamalang, and Taran Kamaklang. And we welcome you here today. And now, prior to oral questions, I have a statement for the House. I'd like to take a moment to clarify our practices for referencing guests in the gallery during debate. I've recently received questions from members on this matter, and I felt it is important for all MLAs to understand what is acceptable. As the Speaker of this House, it is a pleasure to be able to welcome guests into our galleries so that they may witness the business of the Assembly firsthand. While it is acceptable for members to applaud, wave at, or reference guests in the gallery during proceedings, such as during a member statement, it is not acceptable to draw them into debate. The Public Gallery Code of Conduct specifically directs visitors to refrain from making any interruption or disturbance during proceedings, so encourage them to do so is both confusing and unfair. This is the most problematic when a member is making partisan statements. Many guests, including youth visiting as part of school groups, have conveyed feeling uncomfortable when such attention has been drawn to them. They are here as observers of our democracy, not as props. I would also remind members that it is a long-standing practice in our parliamentary system that comments must be made through the chair and not directly to other members or to the galleries. As noted on page 610 of the third edition of House of Commons Procedure and Practice. To involve guests in the gallery in our debates then is not only a breach of etiquette, but it is also a breach of practice. I want you all to understand that if this occurs again, especially in more partisan moments, I may interrupt members and ask them to rephrase their remarks and to stop involving guests in the debate. I hope this statement clarifies this matter for the House, and I thank you all for your attention to this matter. Oral questions. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Honourable Speaker, in this role as an MLA, there is a lot that unites us in this room. We see lots of joys, and sadly, we also experience much tragedy. One of the first events I attended as Leader of the Opposition will forever stay with me. Last Tuesday, we were not NDP, Liberal, or PC. We were Manitobans standing with the Filipino community to stand united after the Lapu-Lapu tragedy in Vancouver. On the exact opposite side of the spectrum, last night, we also stood united for an entirely different purpose and saw the Jets tie up a win in some incredible overtime action. Go Jets, go. Hear, hear. I have many serious questions for the Premier, but I want to take this first opportunity to acknowledge all that unites us and allow him the opportunity to respond.
Hear, hear.
The Honourable First Minister.
On behalf of the province of Manitoba, I want to take this opportunity to extend my sincere condolences to everyone in British Columbia who was directly affected by the tragedy at the Lapu-Lapu Festival. I also want to extend those sympathies to members of the Filipino community in British Columbia, here in Manitoba, across Canada, and around the world. What took place at that event betrays our expectations. A gathering was not only turned into a dark, dark event, but we saw a celebration become the site of a loss of life. We stand together as Manitobans to support the survivors, their friends, and their families. Honourable Speaker, you can tell that I was at the game last night too. I left a good chunk of my voice there, but I will always be able to say, go Jets, go, and we want the cup. Yeah, yeah. We want the cup. We want the cup.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition on a supplementary question.
Honourable Speaker, we agree that there's a lot that unites us, and our economy is one of them. Unfortunately for Manitobans, under this Premier, our province is dead last in GDP growth. I'll table the article here today, where declining agriculture exports are already contributing to this decline, and American and Chinese tariffs will worsen the situation. The Premier's approach on economic leadership is failing. Can the Premier tell us what his GDP growth targets are for this year?
Here, here.
The Honourable First Minister.
Well, everyone in Canada knows that the biggest threat to our economy is Donald Trump. That's why we're all so puzzled that the Progressive Conservatives chose a new leader who thanks Donald Trump for his 25% tariffs.
Unbelievable.
Our strategy to grow our economy is to stand up to Donald Trump and to prevent the Progressive Conservatives from ever forming government in Manitoba again. Only then will we be ensured that we're not going to have somebody who is worried about Donald Trump instead of worrying about you. We're fixing healthcare in Manitoba. We're making life more affordable. I also want to take this opportunity to congratulate Mark Carney on his election as Canada's Prime Minister and to wish him luck in his Oval Office meeting with Donald Trump tomorrow. We are going to keep building up this country by working together, not by sucking up to Donald Trump.
That's right.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition on a final supplementary question.
Manitobans, you saw it right there. This Premier reverts back to his nature, bullying tactics. Yep. It's who he is. I asked a serious question, First Day Leader of Opposition, about GDP in this province of Manitoba, and what does the Premier do? He attacks. He misleads Manitobans. The NDP, Manitobans should know, the NDP are using your taxpayer dollars to launch attack websites on me minutes after I won. They're using your taxpayer dollars to attack.
Order.
Now, when you want to talk about Donald Trump, there's a direct line between this Premier's history and Donald Trump. I'll ask the Premier again. What is his growth targets for GDP in this province? Manitobans have a right to know. It's not a joke. He can stop laughing and bullying and answer the question.
Hear, hear.
The Honourable First Minister.
Honourable Speaker, these are the words of the member opposite. A direct quote here. How much of an influence does the 25% tariff threat have? He goes on to say, thank you. I would say thank you to Donald Trump. Yeah. These are his words. Yeah. The biggest threat to our economy, and everyone out there knows this, is the Trump tariff tax. Yeah. At a time when business owners were asking for us to work together, at a time where Canadians were saying we need to rally around the flag to stand up for this beautiful country that we love so much, the member for Fort White thanked Donald Trump, not once, but twice. I would say thank you. I would say thank you. Verbatim, direct quote. That's not how we build up our economy. No. We build up our economy by investing in you, the working people of Manitoba. We build up our economy by making businesses more productive. But most importantly, we do it as Canadians, protecting our national sovereignty and our national security each and every single day. I will never thank Donald Trump.
Time has expired. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition on a new question.
Manitobans witnessed it there directly. Asked him a question about GDP, refuses to answer it. The Premier wants to attack. Why won't he go outside the House and repeat that attack where he's not protected by parliamentary privilege? He won't do it because he knows he is misleading Manitobans.
Order.
Venture capital provides private financing to startups and companies that investors believe have growth potential. It's an important measure of business confidence. Can the Premier share the level of capital venture investments for Manitoba in 2022 and how it compares nationally with last year?
The Honourable First Minister.
I'd venture to say that capital is afraid of Donald Trump right now. Yeah, that's right. Which is why it's so puzzling that the member opposite would thank Donald Trump. Again, direct quotes his words. I would say thank you. I would say thank you for the 25% tariff threat. The tariff threat is a big risk. It's a source of uncertainty. So we, as your government, are stepping up to deliver. How are we going to do that? We're going to build our Manitoba economy. New personal care homes that the PCs never built. New emergency rooms that the PCs closed. New highways in rural Manitoba across those constituencies, none of which voted for the member opposite to become the new PC leader. But importantly, we're going to work together with the premiers and the new prime minister to stand up to Donald Trump as one united team Canada. We're working for you. We're working for Canada. We will never thank Donald Trump like the member opposite.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition on a supplementary question.
Honourable Speaker, the NDP are using your taxpayer dollars and have already been hit with copyright infringement, misappropriation of likeness, and defamation by false implication. The Premier can simply step outside and repeat the words he's saying. But you know who's afraid of this NDP? Everybody. Venture capital is afraid of this NDP. Venture capital investments in Manitoba in 2023 were $46 million, fifth strongest in Canada. In the first year under the NDP, venture capital is $2 million. A 96% drop under this NDP and this Premier. I'll table the data so the Premier can actually read it. Will the Premier wake up to the fact that his policies are not growing our economy? What is he going to do to increase our economy?
The Honourable First Minister.
The economic horse pulls the social cart. That's why our government has been working hard, not only to build our provincial economy and to invest in the next generation of workers, that's you and the kids in school across Manitoba today, but we've also been working with the other premiers and the Prime Minister at the federal level to stand up to Donald Trump. Donald Trump is in the media over this weekend talking seriously about the possibility of a military invasion in Canada. He says it's not likely, but he's still talking about it. How could somebody claiming to lead a legitimate political party in Canada thank a person like that? Again, the direct quotes, I would say thank you, I would say thank you. These are the words that the member opposite said. How could he support Donald Trump? If you want to stand for Manitoba's economy, you have to stand against Donald Trump. We stand for our economy, he stands with Donald Trump.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition on a final supplementary question.
Oh, Honourable Speaker, the Premier's favourite quote, the economic horse pulls the social cart. What did the President of the Winnipeg Chamber of Commerce say? What did the Winnipeg Chamber of Commerce say? The economic horse is pulling the social cart, and the social cart is getting heavier and heavier and heavier under this NDP, Honourable Speaker. The question is simple. Can the Premier stop bullying? Can the Premier answer a question so Manitobans can be assured that their economy is safe? What is this Premier going to do to grow our economy here in the province of Manitoba?
Here, here. The Honourable First Minister.
I'm going to stand up to Donald Trump, and I'm going to stand up for Canada because I love this beautiful country. Even if you didn't have the political IQ to prevent yourself from saying, I would say thank you to Donald Trump, would your patriotism not kick into gear? Would you not have the good sense to say, let me not thank the existential threat to Canada's economy right now? Apparently not. I guess we know there is a clear division when we're talking about our visions for the future of the economy. On this side of the House, we're feeding the economic horse. We're making it strong. We're investing $3.7 billion into building up the infrastructure to power the economy for tomorrow. At the same time, we're investing in you, the youth, the next generation, because the best economic plan is an education plan. And we're standing up to Donald Trump and we're saying Canada is not for sale. Canada will never
Members,
be.
Time has expired. The Honourable Member for La Vérendrye.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. 2 weeks ago, I asked the Conservation Minister why his department wasn't reducing Crown timber dues, even though Ontario had cut theirs to 1/3 of Manitoba, driving our loggers out of business. Since the minister wasn't able to answer my question then, the logging industry is concerned that this government is out of touch and are scared for their future. Will the minister commit today to align timber dues with our neighbouring province and put hundreds of loggers back to work?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources and Indigenous Futures.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. And there are loggers working all across Manitoba. They're working in partnership with Indigenous communities. They're working in partnership with the industry, something that members opposite had no idea, no concept of wanting to support in any fashionable way whatsoever. But as we stand up that industry here in Manitoba, we do it in a good way. In a good way that brings everybody to the table, that brings industry, that brings Indigenous communities to the table, that brings benefit to not only Manitoba, but not all of Canada, and we're doing that in a right way, something members opposite never done in all of their years.
The Honourable Member for La Vérendrye on a supplementary question.
Well, Honourable Speaker, well, we knew we had a premier that still thinks he's campaigning, a health minister listening to our healthcare system crumble, an education minister that hasn't built a school, but now we've got a conservation minister that is taxing building supplies on new homes out of the market. How can this government tell Manitobans that they are breaking down international trade barriers and strengthening our economy when they have just created new trade barriers as a result of this minister's inaction?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources and Indigenous Futures.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. And as we break down those trade barriers, that member opposite stands with their newly elected leader and thanks Trump for the tariffs. Thanks that creating those barriers, building those walls, and creating that hardship for Manitoba and hardship for the logging industry here in Manitoba. We're going to break down those barriers. We're going to do that in support. We're going to do that when we have revenue sharing, something that was unheard of under the PC government. We're bringing that forward in a very concrete way for the benefit of all Manitobans, Indigenous communities, and industry all across this great province.
The Honourable Member for La-Vérendrye.
Okay, Honourable Speaker, if the minister is unwilling to sit down with neighbouring provinces to create a standardized fee structure to promote interprovincial trade, there is another solution. Hollow Water First Nation, along with 3 other First Nations on the east side of Lake Winnipeg, had been awarded a license under the previous PC government to operate a forestry-based business formerly managed by Tembec, which would provide hundreds of good jobs. Will the minister commit to providing support and assistance for this Indigenous-led venture to strengthen our economy?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources and Indigenous Futures.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. And for the member to talk about Hollow Water, probably having never visited Hollow Water in the first place, is shameful. I'm a member of that First Nation, and I've spoken with leadership all across the east side of Lake Winnipeg, and knowing full well that they had the doors locked from those members opposite. They did not open the doors. They did not open the communication. They stood there and they talked about creating things. They built those things on Etch-a-Sketch. What happens when you do it? Shake those details out, and they disappear. That's exactly how they planned. That's exactly how they governed, and they did nothing for timber industry all across Manitoba.
Order, please. Just to remind the Honourable Member for La-Vérendrye to use the Minister's correct title in the future. There is no Conservation Minister. The Honourable Member for Midland.
In a public document, the Montreal Economic Institute noted that Manitoba will be one of the largest beneficiaries of eliminating interprovincial trade barriers. Other provinces are moving well ahead, and all Manitobans would benefit. Bill 227 would remove trade and labour mobility barriers between Manitoba and other provinces. Where other provinces are already ahead of Manitoba, Manitoba's falling behind. Will the NDP support Bill 227 today and support the free flow of goods, services, and labour? Yes or no?
Here. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Honourable Speaker, this team is doing very important work reducing interprovincial trade barriers, and that work continues under the incredible leadership of my colleague, Minister the Minister responsible for business, mining, jobs, trade, and we also, of course, have great leadership from our Premier on this file. There are a number of other really important things we're doing, like a $3.7 billion capital plan, a payroll tax cut to make Manitoba even more investable, and of course other really important investments we're making to grow our economy here in Manitoba. You know, that's very different from what the members opposite did over the many years they were in government when they failed to do that work of growing our economy. And of course, what's not going to help grow our economy? Tariffs on Canadian goods from Mr. Trump, which we know the member opposite, the leader is supporting.
The Honourable Member for Midland on a supplementary question.
Honourable Speaker, there was no answer to that question that was provided. It was a simple yes or no question. Prime Minister Carney has vowed that from a federal level, we will have free internal trade by Canada Day. Ontario, Nova Scotia, and PEI are all moving ahead, and Manitoba is being left behind. We're asking a simple question for the NDP to make a legislative commitment to removing interprovincial trade barriers. 18 months of no talk, all talk, and no action by this NDP. At what date can Manitobans expect fast-track licensing and certification requirements to increase labour mobility to Manitoba?
Here, here.
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Honourable Speaker, this team is doing the work to protect jobs and protect our economy here in Manitoba. We are working to reduce interprovincial trade barriers. We brought forward a huge $3.7 billion capital plan that's going to see us build 11 schools, 3 personal care homes. We're going to get the new PIC facility built, which they never got done, to ensure Manitoba's economic engine in Winnipeg continue growing. And we're going to keep making important investments to support businesses so they can keep growing in Manitoba. This team is doing the important work. Our last budget is going to help to unlock economic potential in Manitoba. That work continues. Manitobans can continue to rely on this team to grow our economy and protect jobs here in our province.
Great job. The honourable member for Midland on a final supplementary question.
Honourable Speaker, we are talking about a free trade bill here in Manitoba that other provinces have already moved ahead in. When this NDP had an opportunity to support it, it was the Minister of Agriculture that actually spoke it out at a time of U.S. and China tariffs. Prime Minister Carney advises that he is committed to removing all federal exemptions under the Canada Free Trade Agreement. The PM has said removing barriers to the free movement of workers, goods and services would increase Canada's economy by $250 billion. That's $6,000 back in the pockets of Canadians. Will this minister follow Ontario, Nova Scotia and PEI and commit to eliminating all provincial exemptions by Canada Day? Yes or no?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Again, Honourable Speaker, you know what will not help to grow our economy here in Manitoba? Tariffs from Donald Trump, right? And here we have the Leader of the Opposition who is on record thanking President Trump for those tariffs. That's obviously not the right forward. Our team will always stand against Donald Trump and his tariffs, and we will always fight for Canada and Manitoba.
There we go, that's right.
You know, I'll say briefly, I'm happy over the last week I was meeting with investors, credit rating agencies, who I'm very happy to report are very, very supportive of our budget, of the work we're doing. They think our work is credible, and they see us as building a stronger Manitoba.
Great job, great.
The Honourable Member for Selkirk.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. The Premier has expressed an interest in Hudson Bay Archives. What recommendations has the Minister implemented from the Auditor General that would protect and preserve Manitoba's archives?
The Honourable Minister, Sport, Culture and Heritage.
Honourable Speaker, I can honestly say that our government is committed to the historical value of all that we have in Manitoba. Our government stands behind making sure that we have the ability and the wherewithal to be able to preserve the history within our province. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Selkirk on a supplementary question.
Honourable Speaker, the Auditor General's report found over a dozen instances where the HVAC system and other conditions were insufficient for record storage. How many such incidents have occurred since the report was done in February of 2024?
The Honourable Minister of Sport, Culture and Heritage.
Honourable Speaker, we take these things very seriously in this side of the House. We recognize the importance of ensuring that all of our archives and our history within our province are managed in a way that keeps things safe and to ensure that we have the ability to enjoy these records for years to come. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Selkirk on a final supplementary question.
Honourable Speaker, the question is about what has the Minister done to protect and preserve these critical archives. Why is the Minister refusing to engage with this vital aspect of our shared history? Manitobans deserve to know.
The Honourable Minister of Sport, Culture and Heritage.
Honourable Speaker, it's interesting coming from that side of the House where we have, the new official Leader of the Opposition thanking Trump for tariffs. On this side of the House, we actually care about our history and how we support Manitobans. We support First Nations and ensuring that artifacts are here and that Manitobans are able to be sure that we are taking care of our ancestors and the people that have come before us. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Agassiz.
On February 11th, 2024, Maya Lee Grattan was murdered, despite reaching out to her caseworker to express her fears for her safety and plead for help. The Minister and Premier made different promises to Manitobans about what would be released and when. Why has the minister still refused to release this report?
The Honourable Minister of Families.
Honourable Speaker. Again, I want to put on the official record on behalf of myself as the minister responsible, and the Premier has said it many times as well, in behalf of our whole NDP caucus. What happened was an absolute tragedy, and it's something that's going to go down in Manitoba history as one of the worst acts of intimate partner violence, particularly involving children. And that remains true to this day, that we stand with the families. We actually went out to Carmen on the year anniversary and had the opportunity to hear from family members and from community talk about every single one of them and the love that they had for one another.
First time has expired. The Honourable Member for Agassiz on a supplementary question.
A grieving mother should not have to turn to the courts for answers. Juliet Hastings deserves justice for her daughter. Will this Premier today apologize for his government's failure to protect Maya Lee and commit to working together for the safety of all Manitobans?
The Honourable Minister of Families.
If the member opposite had cared to do a little bit more research, instead of trying to make a political football out of this or get some political points out of what is a really, really incredibly heartbreaking and serious tragedy, she would know that, that the mother does have a report. We did release some of the report, as was her lawyer. So her lawyer does have that report.
The Honourable Member for Agassiz on a final supplementary question.
The Premier said last year that he'd be willing to launch a public inquiry. When can Manitobans expect that public inquiry into the systemic failures that led to Maya Lee's death?
The Honourable Minister of Families.
The member opposite also knows, because I had her in my office when we shared our $20 million Minuawayaki strategy, which a huge component of that, as I shared with her, is about helping to support women tackling intimate partner violence, which includes access to shelter, 24/7 drop-in safe spaces, and transitional housing. We're doing that work. Our government invested $20 million towards ensuring that Indigenous women, girls, Two-Spirit, and gender-diverse folks have the supports and the safety net that they need to ensure their safety and that they're able to live.
First time has expired. The Honourable Member for Tyndall Park.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. On March 26th, I introduced Bill 225, Universal Screening for Learning Disabilities. On April 11th, 2 weeks later, the government issued a news release celebrating their commitment to universal screening for learning disabilities. And on April 15th, I was thrilled to see Bill 225 pass second reading with unanimous support. Honourable Speaker, the next step is committee. Many Manitobans have already signed up to present at committee. Will the minister share with the House here this afternoon when Bill 225 will go to committee?
The Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Learning.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and I thank the member opposite for that very important question. I will make a small correction for the record, and that is that our government did more than just express a commitment to the early universal screeners tools that we have introduced. In fact, we've issued a policy directive, and it is something that we're really excited to be rolling out in the fall in schools across Manitoba. The introduction of these universal early screening tools are going to ensure that all Manitobans, including our earliest learners, receive the supports that they need at the earliest possible intervention. We're very, very proud of that announcement. I look forward to working with the member opposite.
Time has expired. The Honourable Member for Tyndall Park on a supplementary question.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Identifying learning disabilities through universal screening is just the first step. We also need teachers, reading specialists, and speech-language pathologists who are trained and resourced to support students. It was shared in a letter from a Dyslexia Canada outreach coordinator that the heartbreaking reality is that even highly engaged families cannot replace the role of an adequately supported school system. Does this government agree that providing a universal screening program for students will help educators and specialists respond with a more consistent and evidence-based strategy that children require?
The Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Learning.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and again, thank you to the member opposite for this important question, for allowing the opportunity for this important discussion in this chamber. And again, I think it's important to note something that's different from Bill 225 that separates from what the announcement that our government was very proud to make earlier last month, and that's that our universal screening tools are not just there to help identify students with disabilities. And again, I very much applaud the member opposite for her work with Dyslexia Canada and the folks that work at Dyslexia Canada for the excellent advocacy that they do. But our universal screening tools here in Manitoba are designed for all children and to identify all the barriers that they might be facing when they're struggling with literacy, not just learning disabilities. So we also agree that it's very important to have a well-funded...
The Honourable Member for Tyndall Park on a final supplementary question.
Honourable Speaker, there's no accountability in the government's announcement. Literacy outcomes in Manitoba are not simply about an individual effort. They are shaped by poverty, language barriers, race, and disability. Many parents want to help, but cannot take on the role of a trained reading instructor. Literacy is not just an at-home responsibility, it is a public right. How is the government ensuring that its approach to literacy, whether through policy, legislation, or curriculum, acknowledges and addresses the systemic barriers students and families are facing, especially those from marginalized communities?
The Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Learning.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and again, thank the member opposite for the question. And I think that it's true that the member and I probably agree on more than we disagree on this important topic. And I would argue that probably most members of this chamber really want the best for children, and we want the best to improve the literacy outcomes here in Manitoba. That's why our government was so proud for a second year in a row to finally restore proper, healthy funding to schools, $170 million, Honourable Speaker, over 2 years in this province. We've also annualized the $30 million Universal Nutrition Program, which hopefully will be protected into law later this afternoon to ensure that all children across Manitoba, specifically the children in the most need, receive the supports that they need.
The Honourable Member for Kirkfield Park.
Honourable Speaker, the MLA for Fort White has been silent for months on issues that matter to Manitobans. But he has been clear on one thing, how thankful he is to Donald Trump for his tariffs on Manitoba businesses. In fact, he said, "So, how much of an influence did the 25% tariff threat have on that? I would say a lot, and I would say thank you. I would say thank you, he's gone now." So, does the Minister for Economic Development, Investment and Trade have a different approach to Trump's tariffs and threats to our sovereignty?
The Honourable Minister, Business, Mining, Trade and Job Creation.
Honourable Speaker, let's be clear. We will never become the 51st state. And that is very clear, despite the musings of members opposite, like the MLA for Borderland. We will not give EV rebates to Elon Musk, like the MLA for Midland wants. And we will never thank Donald Trump for his tariffs, like the MLA for Fort White suggests. Now, if the MLA for Fort White had stood up for Manitoba businesses instead of thanking Donald Trump, maybe he would have actually won the PC leadership race with more votes. Now, but I tell members opposite, instead of trying to outcompete themselves to see who can grovel over Donald Trump the most, our government instead is going to support Manitoba businesses, support growing more good jobs here in our province, and doing it as part of our Team Canada approach.
Members' time has expired. The Honourable Member for Roblin.
Honourable Speaker, the Minister and the Premier have certainly spent a lot of time talking about their strategy for ending encampments and getting people into housing. To date, how many people have been housed through this process?
Good one.
The Honourable Minister of Housing, Addiction and Homelessness.
Miigwech, Honourable Speaker. For 7.5 years under that government, they sold off housing. They didn't support people. It takes minutes, seconds to sell off housing. We've continually supported people. We've continually taken off the boards that previous failed government put up. We're not going to continue to take lessons or any lessons for that fact from any members opposite. We will continue to support people, to put people into housing that they boarded up. These folks are continuing to thrive in their housing. These folks that are supporting them are so thankful that they finally have a government that is supporting them. So I want to lift them up and say thank you for the work that they're doing.
The Honourable Member for Roblin on a supplementary question.
Honourable Speaker, that was a really simple question. The minister should have had the answer at her fingertips. The minister has expressed that progress is being made, but Marion Willis of St. Boniface Street Links told the media that there are more encampments right now than ever before. Can the minister tell us how many people are living in encampments right now in Winnipeg?
Good.
The Honourable Minister of Housing, Addiction and Homelessness.
Well, for the first, Heather Stephenson and the member for Fort White worked to sell homes out from underneath them. They sold hundreds of homes on Smith Street, over 300 units. Those put people into tents. That's what created encampments in this province. So members opposite can stand by those folks across the street when in fact they're the ones that put folks into encampments. We're okay going outside this building and seeing people in bus shacks. They sold off. Now the leader of the opposition, is following in those footsteps. They thank Donald Trump for the tariffs that's going to make building housing here in Manitoba even more expensive. We're going to continue to
Member's time has expired. The Honourable Member for Roblin on a final supplementary question.
Honourable Speaker, another simple question, and yet again, no answers from this minister. It seems today is partisan political attack day. There's no actual answers coming from members opposite. Media is now reporting that encampments are being reoccupied, despite the minister's previous claim that encampments would be cleared and would stay that way. Why has this minister failed to uphold her own plan that was supposed to help keep sites cleared as residents expected?
The Honourable Minister of Housing, Addiction and Homelessness.
And I know that member and members across the way are really jealous about our strategy about your way home and getting people housed with the supports that they need. Unlike members opposite, we're actually getting folks housed with the supports. Right now, they're delaying a bill, Bill 12, that will actually support social housing. Those folks, they want to sell off housing. We're not going to do that. So what I say to members across the way, get out of the way, allow Bill 12 to pass, protect taxpayers' money, and allow us to protect social housing. What is so hard about that? Quit delaying Bill 12, allow us to protect that housing, and get folks out of encampments and help us do that work instead of delaying it.
Time expired. And just before we move to the next question, I have to remind the Honourable Member for Kirkfield Park to please use the correct title for ministerial title or constituency when he's asking questions. The Honourable Member for Brandon West.
Healthcare workers at Manitoba's hospitals are under siege, and recently a nurse at Brandon Regional Hospital's emergency room was spat on, put in a chokehold, and nearly stabbed in the neck with a needle. These kind of assaults are all too common now under this NDP government. Here's something else that's all too common under this NDP government. The alleged perpetrator was released. When will this Justice Minister put an end to his catch and release bail system and start protecting Manitoba nurses?
The Honourable Minister of Health, Seniors and Long-Term Care.
Honourable Speaker, I want to be very clear. Violence, harassment, harming our healthcare workers is entirely unacceptable.
That's right.
Healthcare workers deserve to be safe at their jobs. They should show up, provide care, quality care to Manitobans, and go home safe at the end of the day. Our government has taken real steps to ensure that nurses and all healthcare workers are safer, including at Brandon Regional Health Centre, where we've established institutional safety officers, despite the fact that under the previous failed PC administration, they didn't do that for years, even though they could. On that side of the House, they want to weaken healthcare. The member for Fort White thanks Donald Trump for tariffs and wants an American-style, private, for-profit healthcare system. Right. We won't take that approach. We're investing in making healthcare stronger and keeping healthcare workers safe.
Member's time has expired. The honourable member for Brandon West on a supplementary question.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. And another direct question that was not answered. The question was about protecting Manitoba nurses and the release on bail. Honourable Speaker, this failure to address the safety of healthcare workers comes hand in hand with the Justice Minister's failure to address violent offenders. BPS Chief Tyler Bates confirmed to media that the man they arrested had a record of violence against those trying to help, and I quote, "This isn't the first time he has assaulted a service care provider," end quote. How many other repeat offenders is this minister releasing under his failed bail plan?
The Honourable Minister of Health, Seniors and Long-Term Care.
Honourable Speaker, I want to thank our Minister of Justice for the tireless work that he is doing to make Manitoba, including our healthcare system, safer for all Manitobans. And I want to be very clear. After 7.5 years of the failed PCs doing nothing to keep healthcare workers safer, we know that the steps we've taken aren't enough, which is why the Justice Minister and myself worked very closely together to take very serious steps, like ensuring that over 100 institutional safety officers will be across our sites across this great province of ours. That is all the while members opposite, including the leader for the opposition, thank Donald Trump for the tariffs that make lives harder for healthcare workers and threaten to privatize, if they had the chance, our healthcare system. That's the wrong approach.
Time has expired. The honourable member for Brandon West.
Well, thank you, Honourable Speaker. This Justice Minister has had nearly 2 years to address serious workplace violence issues at all Manitoba hospitals. Will the
Order, please. Order, please. I stand corrected. Time for oral questions had expired. Petitions. The honourable member for Roblin.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I wish to present the following petition to the Legislative Assembly. The background to this petition is as follows. Phoenix School, a kindergarten to grade 5 school located in Headingley, has experienced consistent enrollment growth over the last several years. Enrollment is expected to reach 275 students in the next 2 years. Because the school is now over capacity, the school division has had to install portable classrooms on site as of fall 2024. For several consecutive years, the top capital priority of the St. James Assiniboia School Division has been the renovation and expansion of Phoenix School. In 2022, the Phoenix School expansion and renovation project was approved to proceed to the design phase. The project included, among other amenities, a new gymnasium, 2 new classrooms, a multi-purpose room, and room for 74 childcare spaces. In June 2024, the school division received notice from the provincial government that the project has been deferred. There is no guarantee if or when the project will move forward. There are currently hundreds of children on a wait list for childcare in Headingley. The daycare operator in Phoenix School has been told that they will continue to have space within the school for the 2024-2025 school year only, that further expansion of childcare space within the school is not possible, and that space may be reduced moving forward due to the shortage of classrooms. If new space is not constructed as planned, many families may be left without childcare. It is critical that the expansion and renovation of Phoenix School proceed as planned in order to support the needs of students, teachers, and families in the growing community of Headingley. We petition the Legislative Assembly of Manitoba as follows: to urge the provincial government to proceed with the planned renovation and expansion of Phoenix School without further delay. And this petition is signed by Emma Fillion, Joe Fillion, Jamie Peterson, and many, many other Manitobans.
Great job. Yeah, great job.
The honourable member for Tyndall Park.
Honourable Speaker, I wish to present the following petition. The background to this petition is as follows. Number one, the Manitoba Highways Department has expressed a desire to have the Centreport Canada Way to Chief Pegris Trail extension developed to follow Klimkey Road with a termination point on the Centreport Canada Way. Number two, the proposed path would eliminate a portion of Little Mountain Park, which abuts Klimkey Road, private residences, and the neighboring Little Mountain Sportsplex. Number three, although located in the RM of Rosser, Little Mountain Park is one of Winnipeg's valuable green spaces located within the perimeter highway boundary and is the only significant green space in the northwestern sector of the city. Number four, Little Mountain Park has been provided recreational opportunities and natural habitat for local wildlife since it was established in 1965. It contains a tall grass prairie ecosystem and an ecologically sensitive land, complete with flora and fauna, and is a destination for tourists from all over. Number five, the impact of the growing industrial port and the resultant redirected traffic through this area would not only disrupt access to the nearby sportsplex and golf course with an additional heavy traffic, but would also pose environmental threats and disrupt local wildlife in the nearby Little Mountain Park. Number six, the province of Manitoba has a stated responsibility to protect the environment and green spaces for the benefit of all Manitobans with policy and legislation that support economic development, investment, trade, and natural resources, and the conservation of species and ecosystems to conserve these precious resources for future generations. Number seven, the encroachment of the proposed highway must be considered a threat to the Little Mountain Park designated ecosystem. Number eight, an earlier proposal utilized a different route that followed the existing Old Sturgeon Road footprint, circumventing Little Mountain Park and the sportsplex, while still providing suitable access to the industrial area with a termination point between Mollard Road and Jefferson Avenue. We petition the Legislative Assembly of Manitoba as follows. Number one, to urge the provincial government to recognize Little Mountain Park as an at-risk ecosystem and as a potential ecosystem preservation zone. To urge the provincial government to recognize the impact of the proposed route on Little Mountain Park, the players' course, the neighboring Little Mountain Sportsplex, and the citizens and tourists who use and visit them. And number three, to urge the provincial government to seek an alternate route that would avoid the area while still providing adequate ingress and egress to the Centreport Canada Way, such as the Old Sturgeon Road route, and avoid expropriating land unnecessarily. This petition has been signed by many Manitobans. Thank you.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I wish to present the following petition to the Legislative Assembly of Manitoba. The background to this petition is as follows. Number one, Kelly Verway, a beloved young woman from Portage-la Prairie, Manitoba, was tragically killed in a car crash caused by a repeat violent offender with a long criminal history. Number two, despite repeated violations of his bail conditions, the officer was free. Apologize, Honourable Speaker. The offender was free to roam the streets Let's try it again. The offender was free to roam the streets and to ultimately claim Kelly's life. The tragedy was entirely preventable. Number three, while the criminal code falls under federal jurisdiction, Provinces have been given the responsibility for the administration of justice, allowing for meaningful provincial action on bail reform to ensure public safety. Number 4, other provinces have taken proactive steps to strengthen bail enforcement, but Manitoba has not used all the available tools to address the issue effectively. Number 5, the provincial government has the ability and the responsibility to advocate for and implement measures that protect its citizens by ensuring the repeat violent offenders are not released into our communities without proper safeguards. Number 6, immediate action is required to close gaps in the justice system that allow dangerous criminals to remain free, which puts innocent Manitobans at risk. We petition the Legislative Assembly of Manitoba as follows. Number 1, to urge the provincial government to make immediate and decisive action on bail reform to address serious deficits in enforcement by utilizing all available provincial mechanisms to strengthen warrant enforcement, increasing bail supervision, and opposing release of offenders, thus ensuring the repeat violent offenders are held accountable, and the public safety is prioritized over leniency. And number 2, to urge the provincial government to lobby the federal government to immediately repeal provisions of the criminal code that allow for continued victimization of law-abiding Manitobans while granting repeat offenders additional rights. Honourable Speaker, this petition was signed by Margaret Nielsen, Mark Nielsen, and Braden Twist. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Here, here.
The honourable member for Brandon West.
Well, thank you, Honourable Speaker. I wish to present the following petition to the Legislative Assembly of Manitoba. The background to this petition is as follows. Number 1, on May 1st, 2022, Jordan Reimer, 24 years of age, was killed by an impaired driver while she was acting as a designated driver. Number 2, there are 2 people legally culpable for her death: the impaired driver and the accomplice. The driver was charged, but the second criminal, the accomplice, has not been held accountable. Number 3, a concerned citizen took the keys from the impaired driver earlier in the evening to ensure he could not drive impaired. The accomplice retrieved the keys from the citizen under false pretenses and knowingly provided the impaired driver with access to the vehicle. Number 4, the Winnipeg Police Service, WPS, investigation provided adequate evidence to meet the charging standard and recommended charges be laid against the accomplice. The Crown prosecutor declined to prosecute the accomplice. Number 5, the family of Jordan Reimer has called for the prosecution of the accomplice and that the decision not to prosecute be reviewed independently. Number 6, as recently as 2022, there is precedent to refer criminal files of decisions to not proceed with prosecution to extra-provincial departments of justice for review. This was done in the Peter Nygaard file, which ultimately led to a reversal of the the decision to not prosecute, and charges were laid. Number 7, an out-of-province review is supported by MAD Canada, MAD Manitoba, and by Manitobans. Number 8, the family has exhausted every avenue within the existing system, and in the absence of a prescribed process, when a disagreement exists on charging standards, the only option is to request an independent out-of-province review. Number 9, in December 2024, the WPS reported an alarming number of impaired drivers in the holiday check stop program. Extending criminal culpability beyond the driver to those who engage in overt actions to facilitate impaired drivings will save lives. Number 10, Manitobans deserve to have confidence in the provincial government and justice systems to make decisions that achieve true justice for victims and their families. We petition the Legislative Assembly of Manitoba as follows: to urge the provincial government to order an out-of-province review of the prosecutor's decision to not prosecute the accomplice in the death of Jordan Reimer. Honourable Speaker, this petition was signed by Dave Taylor, Derek Benko, Richard Friscona, and many, many other fine Manitobans.
The honourable member for Portage-La Prairie.
Honourable Speaker, I wish to present the following petition. The background to this petition is as follows. Number 1, the federal government has mandated a consumption-based carbon tax with the stated goal of financially pressuring Canadians to make decisions to reduce their carbon emissions. Number 2, Manitoba Hydro estimates that even with a high-efficiency furnace, the carbon tax is costing the average family over $200 annually, even more for those with older furnaces. Number 3, home heating in Manitoba is not a choice or a decision for Manitobans to make. It is a necessity of life, with an average of almost 200 days below 0 degrees Celsius annually. Number 4, the federal government has selectively removed the carbon tax off a home heating oil in the Atlantic provinces of Canada, but has indicated they have no intention to provide the same relief to Manitobans heating their homes. Number 5, Manitoba Hydro indicates that natural gas heating is one of the most affordable options available to Manitobans, and it can be cost prohibitive for households to replace their heating source. Number 6, premiers across Canada, including the Atlantic provinces that benefit from this decision, have collectively sent a letter to the federal government calling on it to extend the carbon tax exemption to all forms of home heating, with the exception of Manitoba. Number 7, Manitoba is one of the only Manitoba is one of the only provincial jurisdictions to have not agreed with the stance that all Canadians' home heating bills should be exempt from carbon tax. Number 8, provincial leadership in other jurisdictions have already committed to removing the federal carbon tax from home heating bills. We petition the Legislative Assembly of Manitoba as follows: to urge the provincial government to remove the federal carbon tax on home heating bills for all Manitobans to provide them much-needed relief. This is signed by Nahan Amor, Lou Sato, Debbie Spencer, and many, many more Manitobans. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Agassiz.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I wish to present the following petition. To the Legislative Assembly of Manitoba. The background to this petition is as follows. Number one, the provincial road 352 is an 87.5 kilometer route where it begins at Provincial Trunk Highway 5, PTH 5, near Burnie, Manitoba, and terminates at PTH 34 near Arizona, Manitoba, intersecting with the Trans-Canada Highway. Number two, the route is gravel for most of its length with two paved sections, one from PTH 5 to Burnie and the other from PTH 16 to Arden. Number three, PR 352 has had considerable amount of deterioration over the years with little to no regular road maintenance and has seen ruts and damage to the gravel sections, those of which are featured online at CAA's Worst Roads. Number four, the promotion of PR 352 weight restriction to an RTAC classification of 140,000 pounds weight restriction has caused further damage, as the route was only built to accommodate the original 80,000 pounds and has not seen upgrades to accommodate the increase. The 1.5-mile stretch on PR 352 from the community of Burnie is the main access off PTH 5 to the community. Number five, residents in the area were advised these weight increases to PR 352 were due to commerce movement, although there is no commerce in Burnie. Number six, within this stretch, there is a bridge that is damaged structurally and rests only 5 feet above the creek, causing it to sit in the water and deteriorate. With increased agriculture traffic, such as heavier trucks, hauling grain and livestock, the bridge may not have the capacity to sustain further neglect. Number seven, community members have reached out and have spoken to civil servants. The issue must be resolved before it becomes a bigger problem. Someone gets injured or an accident happens. We petition the Legislative Assembly of Manitoba as follows. Number one, to urge the provincial government to meet RTAC road designation by providing upgrades and regular road maintenance to Provincial Road 352 in Manitoba, specifically the 1.5-mile stretch from Burnie to Provincial Trunk Highway 5, and ensure the road remains paved with asphalt and not reduced to gravel. Number two, to urge the provincial government to reduce load weights on PR 352 until the upgrades can be completed. Number three, to urge the provincial government to replace or repair the bridge located on 1.5-mile stretch from Burnie to PTH 5 and to provide an integrity assessment. This petition has been signed by Melissa Rossnagel, Rob Woodell, Melanie Beck, and many, many more Manitobans. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Lac du Bonnet.
Honourable Speaker, I wish to present the following petition to the Legislative Assembly, and the background to this petition is as follows. Number one, the federal government has mandated a consumption-based carbon tax with the stated goal of financially pressuring Canadians to make decisions to reduce their carbon emissions. Number two, Manitoba Hydro estimates that even with a high-efficiency furnace, the carbon tax is costing the average family over $200 annually, even more for those with older furnaces. Number three, home heating in Manitoba is not a choice or a decision for Manitobans to make. It is a necessity of life with an average of almost 200 days below 0 degrees Celsius annually. Number four, the federal government has selectively removed the carbon tax off of home heating oil in the Atlantic provinces of Canada, but has indicated they have no intention to provide the same relief to Manitobans heating their homes. Number five, Manitoba Hydro indicates that natural gas heating is one of the most affordable options available to Manitobans, and it can be cost prohibitive for households to replace their heating source. Number six, premiers across Canada, including in the Atlantic provinces that benefit from this decision, have collectively sent a letter to the federal government calling on it to extend the carbon tax exemption to all forms of home heating, with the exception of Manitoba. Number seven, Manitoba is one of the only provincial jurisdictions to have not agreed with the stance that all Canadians' home heating bills should be exempt from the carbon tax. Number eight, provincial leadership in other jurisdictions have already committed to removing the federal carbon tax from home heating bills. We petition the Legislative Assembly of Manitoba as follows: to urge the provincial government to remove the federal carbon tax on home heating bills for all Manitobans to provide them much needed relief. This petition, Honourable Speaker, is signed by Sue Antimus, Lex Antimus, Terry Neplick, and many, many more fine Manitobans.
The Honourable Member for Steinbach.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I wish to present the following petition to the Legislature. The background to this petition is as follows. One, Kelly Verway, a beloved young woman from Portage Prairie, Manitoba, was tragically killed in a car crash caused by a repeat offender with a long criminal history. Two, despite repeated violations of his bail conditions, the offender was free to roam the streets and to ultimately claim Kelly's life. The tragedy was entirely preventable. Three, the criminal code falls under the federal jurisdiction. Provinces have been given the responsibility for the administration of justice, allowing for meaningful provincial action on bail reform to ensure public safety. Four, other provinces have taken proactive steps to strengthen bail enforcement, but Manitoba has not used all of the available tools to address this issue effectively. Five, the provincial government has the ability and the responsibility to advocate for and implement measures that protect its citizens by ensuring that repeat violent offenders are not released into our communities without proper safeguards. Six, immediate action is required to close gaps in the justice system that allows dangerous offenders to remain free, which puts innocent Manitobans at risk. We petition the Legislative Assembly of Manitoba as follows. One, to urge the provincial government to take immediate and decisive action on bail reform to address serious deficits in enforcement by utilizing all available provincial mechanisms to strengthen warrant enforcement, increasing bail supervision, and opposing release of offenders.
thus ensuring that repeat violent offenders are held accountable and that public safety is prioritized over leniency. And 2, to urge the provincial government to lobby the federal government to immediately repeal provisions of the criminal code that allow for the continued victimization of law-abiding Manitobans while granting repeat offenders additional rights. And Honourable Speaker, this petition is signed by Caitlin Wilson, Ty Finlinson, Aaron Steiger, and many other Manitobans. Thank you.
The honourable member for Borderland.
I wish to present the following petition. To the Legislative Assembly of Manitoba. The background to this petition is as follows. Number 1, small businesses are vital in supporting their local economy, and the provincial government has a responsibility to act and support them. Number 2, the recent increase in vigilantism shows that Manitobans do not trust this provincial government to fulfill its responsibility. Number 3, more than half, 54% of small businesses in Manitoba are impacted by crime. Property damage, theft, littering, and public intoxication are some of the crimes that affect most businesses, according to the Canadian Federation of Independent Business. There has been a 44% increase in shoplifting incidents over the last year. Number 4, in order to combat this rise of crime, small businesses try, unaided, to implement various out-of-pocket security measures and safety training for their staff, and they face increasing costs when they incur property damage or theft. Number 5, vandalism, break-ins, and other senseless acts cannot be accepted as a cost of doing business for businesses throughout Manitoba, and the provincial government must do more to ease the burdens small businesses are carrying with its catch and release justice system. Number 6, failing to support small businesses is failing the Manitoba economy, failing Manitoba families, and failing Manitoban streams. Number 7, the security rebate program in place for homeowners and small businesses does not cover the real costs impacting businesses, such as vandalism, property damage, and repairs. We urge the Legislative Assembly of Manitoba as follows: to urge the provincial government to support Manitoba small businesses through specific funding to reimburse the expenses and insurance deductibles that they incur as a result of crime. This petition has been signed by many, many Manitobans.
The honourable member for Morden Winkler.
Honourable Speaker, I wish to present the following petition. To the Legislative Assembly of Manitoba. The background of this petition is as follows. 1. Between 2011 and 2021, Morden's population grew by an impressive 27%, outpacing the national average by 16%, according to the Statistics Canada. Number 2, while growth is welcome and encouraged, Morden has long faced a critical need for infrastructure upgrades to meet current demands and support future development. Number 3, Morden's wastewater system has operated beyond capacity for years, prompting the province in 2019 to halt property subdivisions due to insufficient winter wastewater storage. Number 4, as of 2024, after exploring all options, the city announced in July that the estimated cost for critical infrastructure upgrades has risen from $70 million to $88 million to $108 million. Number 5, these revised estimates leave Morden with a significant funding shortfall of $13 to $33 million. Number 6, despite efforts to address the gap, including plans to raise
utility fees for residents and businesses. Such increases that have been delayed since 2017 due to the lack of an approved capital project, taxation is not enough. Number 7, the lack of wastewater capacity has severely impacted economic activity and growth in Morden and surrounding communities. Without much needed wastewater infrastructure investments, growth and economic development will be hindered in all of southern Manitoba. We petition the Legislative Assembly of Manitoba as follows. Number 1, to urge the provincial government to take immediate action and recognize the critical need of this wastewater project for economic growth and environmental sustainability by committing to advocating and working with the federal government to close the gap with additional funding for Morden's wastewater treatment system. Number 2, to urge the provincial government to ensure all levels of government and regulatory bodies will expedite necessary funding and approvals necessary to advance the Morden wastewater project with no further delay and ensure no hindrance to growth and economic development for Morden and southern Manitoba. This petition has been signed by Fred E. Krause, Ed Zacharias, and Elizabeth Wolf, and many, many other Manitobans. Thank you.
The honourable member for Interlake Gimli.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I wish to present the following petition. To the Legislative Assembly of Manitoba, the background to this petition is as follows. 1, thanks to the investment made under the previous PC provincial government as part of the Clinical and Preventative Services Plan, construction for the new Portage Regional Health Facility is well underway. The facility and surrounding community would greatly benefit from added diagnostic machinery and equipment, but specifically the addition of an MRI machine. 2, an MRI machine is a non-invasive medical imaging technique that uses a magnetic field and computer-generated radio waves to create detailed images of organs and tissues in the human body. It is used for disease detection, diagnosis, and treatment monitoring. 3, Portage-La Prairie is centrally located in Manitoba and is on the number 1 highway in the Southern St. Sud Health Authority. Currently, there is only 1 MRI machine in the Regional Health Authority. 4, an MRI machine located in the Portage Regional Health Facility will reduce transportation costs for patients, as well as reduce the burden on stretcher service and ambulance use. It will bring care closer to home and reduce wait times for MRI scans across the province. 5, located around Portage-La Prairie are the Dakota Teepee, Dakota Plains, Sandy Bay, and Long Plains First Nations reserves. Indigenous peoples in Canada disproportionately face barriers in access to services and medical care. An MRI machine located in the Portage Regional Health Facility will bring care closer to their home communities and provide greater access to diagnostic testing. 6, located in close proximity to the new Portage Regional Health Facility is the Southport Airport. This aerodrome has a runway length that is more than adequate to support medical air ambulance services. This would provide the opportunity to transport patients by air from more remote communities to access MRI imaging services. 7, the average wait times for Manitobans to receive an MRI scan is currently 6 to 8 months. Having an MRI machine in the Portage Regional Health Facility will help reduce these wait times for patients and provide better care sooner. We petition the Legislative Assembly of Manitoba as follows: to urge the provincial government to support the investment and placement of an MRI machine in the Portage Regional Health Facility in Portage La Prairie, Manitoba. This petition is signed by Robert Hoffer, Kurt Burns, Ryan Person, and many, many other fine Manitobans.
The honourable member for Lakeside.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I wish to present the following petition to the Legislative Assembly of Manitoba. And the background to this petition is as follows. The government of Manitoba funded the design for a new personal care home in Stonewall to address the critical need for additional home care spaces in the community and surrounding areas. Number 2, the community has committed to raise $10 million in funding for this project, demonstrating strong local support and readiness to proceed with construction. Number 3, Interlake Eastern Regional Health Authority is experiencing a critical shortage of personal care home beds. Number 4, Interlake Eastern Regional Health Authority has the lowest number of personal care home beds per capita, with a shortfall of approximately 400 beds. Number 5, despite these approvals, the government has made no mention of the construction of the Stonewall Personal Care Home, leaving many seniors and their families without access to adequate personal care services in the region. Number 6, the delay in commencing construction exacerbates existing challenges in providing timely and appropriate care for aging residents, forcing some to seek services far from their families and their community. Number 7, investing in the timely construction of this personal care home will provide essential services to a growing senior population, support the local economy, and demonstrate the government's commitment to the well-being of Manitobans. We petition the Legislative Assembly of Manitoba as follows: to urge the provincial government to immediately restore funding and commence construction on the personal care home in Stonewall, ensuring that this essential project proceeds without further delay. This petition has been signed by Lauren Briggs, Frank Seidel, Gloria Kilgallen, and many, many Manitobans. Nice. Thank you.
The honourable member for La Vérendrye.
Honourable Speaker, I wish to present the following petition. To the Legislative Assembly of Manitoba, the background to this petition is as follows. 1, the residents of La Vérendrye and other areas around Manitoba are extremely frustrated and concerned by the provincial government's decision to cancel the school expansion project for Green Valley School in Grunthal. 2, in 2021, the PC provincial government committed funding to expand Green Valley School for a gymnasium and classrooms. 3, the school is so crowded that 3 mobile classrooms were added to alleviate overcrowding in classrooms. 4, in order for construction to begin, the school removed all 3 portable classrooms, leaving Green Valley in a further critical state of overcrowding. 5, as a result of overcrowding, parents are choosing to homeschool their children due to safety concerns and the challenges associated with overcrowding. 6, the current Premier of Manitoba and the Minister of Education and Early Childhood Learning have said they are committed to investing in education. 7, the concerns of residents of La Vérendrye and the surrounding area are being ignored by the provincial government. 8, the lack of space in the school is affecting the quality of education and extracurricular activities for students. 9, the Minister and Premier have a duty to respond to the educational needs of children and youth identified by rural communities. We petition the Legislative Assembly of Manitoba as follows. 1, to urge the Minister of Education and Early Childhood Learning to immediately bring back the 3 portable classrooms to help alleviate the stress and overcrowding classrooms. 2, to urge the provincial government to reinstate the expansion project for Green Valley School. This petition has been signed by Kitiana McDougall, Frank Wazeberg, Gabriel Friesen, and many, many other Manitobans.
The honourable member for Riding Mountain.
Honourable Speaker, I wish to present the following petition to the Legislative Assembly of Manitoba. The background to this petition is as follows. 1, thanks to the investment made under the previous PC government as part of the Clinical and Preventative Services Plan, construction for the new Portage Regional Health Facility is well underway. The facility and surrounding community would greatly benefit from added diagnostic machinery and equipment, but specifically the addition of an MRI machine. 2, an MRI machine is a non-invasive medical imaging technique that uses a magnetic field and computer-generated radio waves to create detailed images of organs and tissues in the human body. It is used for disease detection, diagnosis, and treatment monitoring. 3, Portage-La Prairie is centrally located in Manitoba and is on the #1 highway in the Southern Health Santé Sud Health Authority. Currently, there is only 1 MRI machine in the RHA. 4, an MRI machine located in the Portage Regional Health Facility will reduce transportation costs for patients, as well as reduce the burden on stretcher service and ambulance use. It will bring care closer to home and reduce wait times for MRI scans across the province. 5. Located around Portage la Prairie are the Dakota TP, Dakota Plains, Sandy Bay, and Long Plains First Nations reserves. Indigenous peoples in Canada disproportionately face barriers in access to services and medical care. An MRI machine located in the Portage Regional Health Facility will bring care closer to their home communities and provide greater access to diagnostic testing. 6. Located in close proximity to the new Portage Regional Health Facility is the Southport Airport. This aerodrome has a runway length that is more than adequate to support medical air ambulance services. This would provide the opportunity to transport patients by air from more remote communities to access MRI imaging services. 7. The average wait times for Manitobans to receive an MRI scan is currently 6 to 8 months. Having an MRI machine in the Portage Regional Health Facility will help reduce these wait times for patients and provide better care sooner. We petition the Legislative Assembly of Manitoba as follows: to urge the provincial government to support the investment and placement of an MRI machine in the Portage Regional Health Facility in Portage la Prairie, Manitoba. Honourable Speaker, this petition has been signed by many, many, many fine Manitobans. Thank you.
The honourable member for Selkirk.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. I wish to present the following petition to the Legislative Assembly of Manitoba. These are the reasons for this petition. Number 1, the Beautiful Plains School Division is among the fastest growing school divisions in Manitoba and began planning for a new high school in Neepawa in 2019 to address the division's rapid population growth. 2, current schools in Neepawa are over capacity as they were built for 300 students, resulting in the use of 9 portables and the need for 10 additional portables within the next 2 years. Number 3, Neepawa serves as a key agricultural and commercial hub in western Manitoba and is facing significant shortages in skilled trades and an overextended apprenticeship program. Number 4, the Neepawa region is in urgent need of a new vocational high school to support both students and the local economy. Number 5, on March 24th, 2023, the previous Progressive Conservative provincial government announced the construction of a new vocational high school in Neepawa with a targeted opening date of September 2027. Number 6, since that announcement, the current provincial government has not provided updates or timelines for proceeding with the project, leaving the community without a clear path forward. Number 7, this delay in action has made overcrowded classrooms worse, forced the use of makeshift teaching spaces, and created hallway education, all of which lowers the quality of education for students and threatens future growth in the Neepawa region. We petition the Legislative Assembly of Manitoba as follows. 1, to urge the provincial government to immediately proceed with the construction of the new vocational high school in Nipawa and provide clear timelines for its completion. Number 2, to urge the provincial government to ensure the new school supports the local economy by meeting the demand for skilled trades training, apprenticeship programs, and adult learning opportunities. Number 3, to urge the provincial government to address overcrowding in all Nipawa schools by ensuring adequate and permanent classroom space and facilities are built to accommodate current and future students. Honourable Deputy Speaker, this petition has been signed by Rick Rivers, Luke Lovenjack, Marcel Lemire, and many other Manitobans.
The honourable member for Turtle Mountain.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. I wish to present the following petition to the Legislative Assembly of Manitoba. The background of this petition is as follows. Number 1, since 1958, the province of Manitoba has known about the potential increase in Lake Manitoba water levels due to the operation of the Portage Diversion and the necessary of increasing the outflows from Lake Manitoba at these times. Number 2, the province of Manitoba commissioned studies into the control of Lake Manitoba water levels in 1958, 1973, 1978, and 2003, in addition with studies conducted after the devastating 2011 Lake Manitoba flood. In all of these studies, the residents around Lake Manitoba made it known that they were not pleased with the way Lake Manitoba levels were being managed. Number 3, the level of Lake Manitoba is regulated to be between 810.5 to 812.5 feet above sea level. In 13 of the last 18 years, lake levels have increased this range. Number 4, in 2011, Lake Manitoba levels reached 817 feet above sea level. On May 31st, 2011, record high water levels combined with northwest winds gusting to nearly 100 kilometers per hour caused levels to approach over 820 feet above sea level, which resulted in unprecedented flooding and widespread damage to areas around Lake Manitoba and Lake St. Martin. Previously, the lakefront properties found themselves in 3 kilometers offshore. 5, in 2011, over 7,100 people were evacuated due to Lake Manitoba, Lake St. Martin's flooding, including over 4,000 First Nation residents. Many people did not return to their homes until years later. Number 6, flooding on Lake Manitoba and Lake St. Martin is well known and documented occurrence. It has for generations cost Manitobans billions of dollars of compensation, lawsuits, lost agricultural productivity, lost economic activity, and flood recovery projects, all which have taken an incalculable social and emotional toll on its victims. We petition the Legislative Assembly of Manitoba as follows: to urge the provincial government to reverse its decision to cut the funding for Lake Manitoba, Lake St. Martin's outlet channels projects, and to immediately take steps to expedite this completion. This has been signed by Scott Stambrook, Judy Swanson, and Cindy Brandon, and many other Manitobans.
See no further petition. The honourable member for Midland.
Honourable Speaker, I wish to present the following petition. The background to this petition is as follows. 1. In 2022, according to Statistics Canada, there is an 11.4% increase in food prices. 2. Staple food products such as baked goods, margarine, and other oils, dairy products, and eggs have seen some of the largest price increases. 3, agriculture and the agri-food sectors contribute close to 10% of Manitoba's GDP. 4, there are increased costs added at every step of the process for Manitoba's agriculture producers. In order to make 18 cents from one bread loaf worth of wheat, farmers are paying carbon tax at every stage of production to grow the crop and get it to market. 5, grain drying, fertilizer, and chemical production, mushroom farming, hog operations, the cost of heating a livestock barn, machine shops, and utility buildings are all examples of how the carbon tax on natural gas and other fuels cost farmers and consumers more each year. 6, in food production, there are currently no viable alternatives to natural gas and propane. The carbon tax takes money away from farmers, making them less profitable and hindering rural agricultural producers' ability to invest in upgrades and improve efficiency while reducing emissions. 7, the provincial government neglected farmers in the 6-month fuel tax holiday until the opposition critic and local stakeholder groups called for their inclusion. 8, other provincial jurisdictions and leaders have taken action on calling on the federal government to remove the punishing carbon tax and or stop collecting the carbon tax altogether. We petition the Legislative Assembly of Manitoba as follows: to urge the provincial government to call on the federal government to remove the punishing carbon tax on natural gas and other fuels and farm inputs for Manitoba agriculture producers and the agri-food sector to decrease the costs of putting food on the table for Manitoba consumers. This is signed by Lisa Malcolm, Arthur Malcolm, Adam Malcolm, and many, many more Manitobans.
The honourable member for Red River North.
Honourable Speaker, I wish to present the following petition to the Legislative Assembly of Manitoba. The background to this petition is as follows. Number 1, thanks to the investment made under the previous PC provincial government as part of the Clinical and Preventative Service Plan, construction of the new Portage Regional Health Facility is well underway. The facility and surrounding community would greatly benefit from the added diagnostic machinery and equipment, but significantly the addition of an MRI machine. Number 2, an MRI machine is a non-invasive medical imaging technique that uses a magnetic field and a computer-generated radio waves to create detailed images of organs and tissues in the human body. It is used for disease detection, diagnosis, and treatment monitoring. Number 3, Portage-La Prairie is centrally located in Manitoba and is on Highway number 1 in the Southern Health Santé Sud Health Authority. Currently, there is only one MRI machine in the RHA. Number 4, an MRI machine located in the Portage Regional Health Facility will reduce transportation costs for patients, as well as reduce the burden on stretcher service and ambulance use. It will bring care closer to home and reduce wait times for MRI scans across the province. Number 5, located around Portage-La Prairie are the Dakota Teepee
Dakota Plains, Sandy Bay, and Long Plains First Nations reserves. Indigenous peoples in Canada disproportionately face barriers in access to services and medical care. An MRI machine located in the Portage Regional Health Facility will bring care closer to their home communities and provide greater access to diagnostic imaging. Number 6, located in close proximity to the new Portage Regional Health Facility is the Southport Airport. This aerodrome has a runway length that is more than adequate to support medical air ambulance services. This would provide the opportunity to transport patients by air from more remote communities to access MRI imaging services. Number 7, the average wait times for Manitobans to receive an MRI scan is currently 6 to 8 months. Having an MRI machine in the Portage Regional Health Facility will help reduce wait times for patients and provide care sooner. Honourable Speaker, we petition the Legislative Assembly of Manitoba as follows: to urge the provincial government to support the investment and placement of an MRI machine in the Portage Regional Health Facility in Portage-La Prairie, Manitoba. This petition is signed by Norma Einarson, Steve Einarson, and many, many, many more fine Manitobans.
The honourable member for Swan River.
Okay, thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. I wish to present the following petition. To the Legislative Assembly of Manitoba. The background to this petition is as follows. Number 1, Provincial Road 352 PR 352 is an 87.5 kilometer, 54.4 mile route where it begins at Provincial Trunk Highway 5, PTH 5, near Burnie, Manitoba, and terminates at PTH 34 near Arizona, Manitoba, intersecting with the Trans-Canada Highway. Number 2, the route is gravel for most of its length with 2 paved sections, one for PTH 5 to Burnie and the other from PTH 16 to Arden. Number 3, the PR 352 has had considerable amount of deterioration over the years with little to no regular road maintenance and has seen ruts and damage to the gravel sections, those which are featured online as CAA's worst roads. Number 4, the promotion of PR 352 weight restriction to an RTAC classification of 140,000 pounds weight restriction has caused further damage, as the route was only built to accommodate the original 80,000 pounds and has not seen upgrades to accommodate the increase. The 1.5 mile stretch of PR 352 from the community of Burnie to the main access of PTH 5 to the community. Number 5, residents in the area were advised these weight increases to PR 352 were due to commerce movement, although there is no commerce in Burnie. Number 6, within this stretch, there is a bridge that is damaged structurally and rests only 5 feet above the creek, causing it to sit in the water and deteriorate. With increased agricultural traffic, such as heavier trucks hauling grain and livestock, the bridge may not have the capacity to sustain further neglect. Number 7, community members have reached out and they've spoken to civil servants. The issue must be resolved before it becomes a bigger problem. Someone gets injured or an accident happens. We petition the Legislative Assembly of Manitoba as follows. Number 1, to urge the provincial government to meet RTAC road designation by providing upgrades and regular road maintenance to Provincial Road 352 in Manitoba, specifically the 1.5-mile stretch from Burnie to Provincial Trunk Highway 5, and ensure the road remains paved with asphalt and not reduced to gravel. Number 2, to urge the provincial government to reduce load weights on PR 352 until the upgrades can be completed. And number 3, to urge the provincial government to replace or repair the bridge located on the 1.5-mile stretch from Burnie to PTH 5 and to provide an integrity assessment. This petition has been signed by Nathan White, Rebecca White, Andrea Lenton, and many, many other Manitobans.
Seeing no further petitions, grievances, orders of the day, the Honourable Minister of Education on House... Orders of the day, government business, the Honourable Minister of Education on House business.
On House business. Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. I would like to announce that the Standing Committee on Social and Economic Development will meet on Wednesday, May 7th, 2025 at 6 p.m. to consider the following. Bill 21, the Protecting Youth in Sports Act. Bill 24, the Workers' Compensation Amendment Act. Bill 29, the Workplace Safety and Health Amendment Act. Bill 44, the Matriarch Circle Act, and amendments to the Commemoration of Days, Weeks, and Months Act, Ribbon Skirt Day.
It has been announced that the Standing Committee on Social and Economic Development will meet on Wednesday, May 7th, 2025 at 6 p.m. to consider the following. Bill 21, the Protecting Youth in Sports Act. Bill 24, the Workers' Compensation Amendment Act. Bill 29, the Workplace Safety and Health Amendment Act. And Bill 44, the Matriarch Circle and amendments to the Commemoration of Days, Weeks, and Months Act, Ribbon Skirt Day. The Honourable Minister of Education, Early Childhood Learning.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Can you please call third reading of the following bills? Bill 17, the Public Schools Amendment Act, Nutrition Equality for Lasting Learning Outcomes, followed by Bill 31, the Property Controls for Grocery Stores and Supermarkets Act, various acts amended.
It has been announced that we will be doing concurrence and third reading on Bill 17, the Public Schools Amendment Act, Nutrition Equality for Lasting Learning Outcomes, followed by Bill 31, the Property Controls for Grocery Stores and Supermarkets Act, various acts amended. The Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Learning.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. I move, seconded by the Minister for Agriculture, that Bill number 17, the Public Schools Amendment Act, Nutrition Equality for Lasting Learning Outcomes, Loi modifiant la loi sur les écoles publiques, équité alimentaire pour un apprentissage durable, reported from the Standing Committee on Social and Economic Development, be concurred in and now read for a third time and passed.
It has been moved by the Honourable Minister of Education, seconded by the Honourable Minister of Agriculture, that Bill number 17, the Public Schools Amendment Act, Nutrition, Equality for Lasting Learning Outcomes, Loi modifiant la loi sur les écoles publiques, équité alimentaire pour un apprentissage durable, reported from the Standing Committee on Social and Economic Development, be concurred in and be now read for a third time and passed. The Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Learning.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. It is a privilege to rise today on what is really a beautiful day in so many ways. The sun is shining down upon us today as we honor and recognize Red Dress Day. It's a very important day here in Manitoba to honor and recognize the families and the survivors and the folks that we are still missing from the MMIWG 2S+ community. But the sun is shining down on all of us today as we do that important work. We're also very excited about the Winnipeg Jets having moved on to the next round of the playoffs. And to add to this beautiful day, we are also entering into the third reading of Bill 17, also known as Nello's Law, a historic piece of legislation. Bill 17 will codify our government's Universal Nutrition Program into law. This program, the Universal Nutrition Program, was the vision of our dear friend and colleague, the late Nello Altomare. Many of us in this chamber have had the great privilege and opportunity to get up in this house and put words on the record about Nello's leadership and his vision on this issue. But again, we know that Nello's work, all of his work, including his leadership on introducing the Universal Nutrition Program here in Manitoba, was guided by the principle that every child matters and that no child should have to learn on an empty stomach. I've been reflecting a lot about the outcomes that we're seeing from the Universal Nutrition Program. And I know that myself, as Minister of Education and Early Childhood Learning, and also as the MLA for Rossmere, just had a great week, as all of the members of this House did, visiting our constituencies and hearing from constituents and educators and students and families about the impacts of the Universal Nutrition Program. And you know, Honourable Deputy Speaker, the Universal Nutrition Program, again, introduced under the leadership of the great Nello Altomare, is about a lot more than just feeding kids. It really creates a community. Honourable Deputy Speaker, I had the great privilege of visiting with a student last week from the Seven Oaks School Division who talked about the impact that the Universal Nutrition Program was having, not just on her and her family, but on her entire school community. And again, it goes much further than just the impact that that child, the important impact that that child experiences on the day when they are fed, when they are hungry. There are so many other amazing impacts when it comes to the Universal Nutrition Program. There's the impact of volunteering. That's what this student talked about. This was a grade 6 student, if my memory serves me correctly, and she talked not only about the great benefit that she received, and again, being fed when she's showing up at school hungry, but the great privilege and really the amazing life skills and employment skills that this student was receiving by being a student volunteer in her school's Universal Nutrition Program. And this is a theme that we're hearing from schools and from students across the province, is what they are getting from this program, not just from the food that they are being nourished by, but again, by the volunteering skills, the food preparation skills, the cooking skills. This child talked about how she learned how to make lasagna and learned how to make chicken noodle soup from scratch. These are skills that will serve this young person for the rest of her life. And she is already building an impressive resume at a very, very young age. She also talked about the impact on her family. Her school, under the leadership of the Seven Oaks School Division, was able to use some of their school nutrition programming to put together spring break hampers, recognizing that hunger doesn't go away when the school bell rings. This school was able to use some of their additional school nutrition program funding to put together spring break hampers that they were able to send students home with over the spring break so that students and their families could be nourished over that week away from school. So again, the impacts of Nello's Law, the Universal Nutrition Program, are just countless, Honourable Deputy Speaker. The positive impact is absolutely been incredible to hear. We're hearing not only about those skills that I just talked about that students are receiving in helping to serve their school community, but we're also hearing about, very importantly, increased attendance and better engagement. And again, we're hearing this from folks across the province. My colleagues sitting in this chamber would certainly agree that these are the impacts that they're seeing in their communities. We're hearing from divisions across the province: Park West School Division, Mystery Lake, Frontier School Division, Portage la Prairie School Division, Hanover School Division, and including many of the Metro City of Winnipeg school divisions. And the theme that we're hearing is consistent, and that is that students are showing up where they hadn't shown up before. They're showing up on time, and they are better engaged and ready to learn. I think also about the impacts on children's mental health. And again, I'm reflecting on the student that I met last week from Seven Oaks School Division. This week, Honourable Deputy Speaker, today is the first day of Mental Health Week. So I think not only about the value that students get, some of that what we've talked about, the increases in attendance, the fact that they're learning life skills, they're serving their community. But I also think about what the students have shared about the universality of our school nutrition program and what that means to reducing the stigma and the shame that might come from a non-universal school nutrition program. That was the way that school nutrition programs were delivered here in the province prior to Nello's leadership. The $30 million school nutrition program introduced under the leadership of Nello Altamari and our Premier. Previous to that, it was the community organizations that were stepping up in times of need and doing that the best they could with their volunteers and their donors. But often in those cases, these programs were not offered universally. Students had to sign up, they had to put up their hand and ask for that nutrition to be provided in the school. And we know the stigma that can create for students. And in fact, the stigma and the shame can sometimes prevent students from putting up their hand and getting that nutrition. So under the leadership of Nello Altamar and our NDP government, no student will have to put up their hand. This universal nutrition program is exactly that. It's universal, it's open for all students, and we know that will not only have a benefit to their physical health, but also their mental health. So the results that I'm sharing with the Chamber today, Honourable Deputy Speaker, really highlight what Nello knew already, and that's that food is not only essential for a student's health and well-being, but also for their success in the classroom. That's why our NDP government talks about the Universal Nutrition Program as creating generational change here in the province of Manitoba. Our Manitoba Universal Nutrition Program was the first of its kind in Canada and inspired the federal government to follow suit and fund a national school food program. So not only has Nello's leadership made a difference for kids in Manitoba, but in fact for kids all across our great country. Nello led the way introducing the program, and our NDP team is very proud to continue on that legacy in his honor. By making the Universal Nutrition Program the law here in Manitoba. At the heart of our nutrition program are 4 principles: access, accommodation, equality, and quality. And guided by those 4 principles, schools will be required to respond to the needs of their local community and use food that is locally sourced wherever possible. Unfortunately, Honourable Deputy Speaker, despite all of these clear benefits that we're already seeing, despite these positive results that we're hearing and already seeing across our province impacting the lives of students here in Manitoba, unfortunately, Honourable Deputy Speaker, there are members of this House that oppose the Universal Nutrition Program and oppose feeding kids. Our NDP government will never allow Nello's Law and Nello's good work to be undone, and we will never allow this House to take away food from hungry kids. That's why Nello's Law stipulates that cabinet members will be subject to a 20% cut in ministerial salary if a bill is passed to reduce or repeal the legal obligation to provide every child's right a free nutrition program. I also want to thank MFL President Kevin Rebeck, who presented at committee and spoke in favor of Bill 17 and reminded the members of the committee why it is so important to protect Nello's Law and the Universal Nutrition Program from any future government who might not believe in feeding hungry children. Finally, Honourable Deputy Speaker, I want to extend and put on the record the sincere gratitude of our government to the many incredible community partners that help feed hungry kids across our province. We would like to thank the Child Nutrition Council of Manitoba. We would like to thank Harvest Manitoba, Breakfast Clubs of Canada, our federal partners for stepping up with funding. We would like to thank all of Manitoba's school divisions, community organizations, all of the many educators, the volunteers, the school chefs, again, the student volunteers, so many of which I've had the chance to meet and thank for their incredible work. We thank all of you for partnering with our government in the most noble of work, which is feeding our youngest Manitobans and creating the success that we all seek to see here in Manitoba. I'd like to speak briefly to the students here in Manitoba. We want you to dream big, and big dreams require strong minds, and strong minds require good nutrition. So our government's commitment to you, students of Manitoba, is if you can show up with your big dreams, our NDP government will always be there to help feed your mind, feed your tummy, make sure your tummy's full, and make sure that every child here in Manitoba can reach their full potential. Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Merci, miigwech, and every child matters.
The honourable member for Lac du Bonnet.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. And it gives me, I'm honoured actually to stand and put a few words on the record today on Bill 17, the Public Schools Amendment Act, Nutrition Equality for Lasting Learning Outcomes. And I appreciate some of the words that the Minister of Education and Early Childhood Learning puts on the record today. And it's nice to know that she put a few more words on the record as well today. I mean, we on this side of the House, of course, contrary to the rhetoric that the Minister would put on the record, absolutely feel that children should not be going to school hungry. And there's many factors to why children might go to school hungry, and you know, we recognize the importance of the good nutrition, and definitely it leads to the success in the classroom, and matter of fact, it leads to success not only in the classroom but throughout life. Honourable Deputy Speaker, I mean, the Minister, I'm glad that she listened to people at the various committees, and even to myself, putting a few words on the record, that she actually today for third reading spoke longer today on third reading than the Premier did on his own budget, Honourable Speaker. So that's good to hear that the Minister also decided to put on the record some of the organizations that she had consulted with as well. I know during question period on a few of the education bills, we had asked those questions on the Q&A part of bill debate during second reading, and she couldn't answer those questions. But we did find out the evening of committee why some of those questions weren't answered. And basically it was the fact that just that morning, the morning of committee, she took it upon herself to finally consult with people. And that was good. You know, better late than never. And we'll see how some of the information that came forward from committee gets implemented in some of the other bills. I know on Bill 17, for example, there wasn't a whole lot of amendments brought forward. There were a couple presentations, you know, that came and spoke at committee. We know that in regards to Bill 17 and the other bills that were being discussed at committee that night, I mean, that's part of the democratic process. Here in Manitoba, one of very few provinces in Canada that gives the public the ability to come and present at committee. So you go through the first reading, second reading, and of course, you know, during second reading, you have the opportunity to do a Q&A segment, and then debate the bill, and then take it. Then it passes, you know, to committee. You know, again, you know, since we're talking about bills passing to committee, I mean, I take a look back to April 8th, 2025. I know that the
St. River.
The member for St. River has a few words that she'd like to put on the record, so when I'm done, she'll have the opportunity. So that's good. So if I look back to second reading debate on Bill 17, we're talking April 8th, 2025. And if the public, and I know there's many people watching from home, you know, and the gallery as well here, but I'm not able to bring the people into the gallery into the debate, so I won't. So again, April 8th, 2025, when we were discussing Bill 17, it actually passed. And so if you take a look in Hansard, Honorable Speaker, because I know, Honorable Speaker, that, you know, once session is done, no doubt you reflect on the day's proceedings and you go back and you read various different things that had happened throughout the day, because of course myself as the former interim leader of the Progressive Conservative Party took some of your advice to heart on a daily basis, Honorable Speaker. And since we are here speaking about Bill 17, third reading on nutrition, I would like to take also this opportunity to congratulate the MLA for Fort White, our new leader of the Progressive Conservative Party, the MLA for Fort White, to be our leader. And I think, Honorable Speaker, much like when we start talking about debates on Bill 17 and various other things that we do in this great chamber of ours, I think it does, you know, he set the tone today talking about decorum when we saw the Premier and his front bench and some of the ones that are in the third bench from the NDP side who are trying to jockey for position during that cabinet shuffle that's coming up. They're trying to be like some of the members of the front bench. And the member for St. River, again, Honorable Speaker, I don't know why they feel that they want to interrupt me. There will be lots of time to put some words on the record in regards to Bill 17. And I understand that the member for St. River also was a teacher, you know, much like myself, and but obviously a little different. And I know that probably the member for St. River is probably, you know, I don't know, feeling maybe a little anxious, especially when we're talking about Bill 17, where possibly not only the member for St. River, but other members on the NDP side felt strongly that maybe that they would be having a bit of a cabinet shuffle and had the opportunity to bring forward, Bill 17 and some of the other bills that were coming forward. So anyways, Honorable Speaker, where I was going with the reading from Hansard and that, and I know that, the Education Minister herself was talking about information, putting stuff on the record again today, but she failed to say that actually, second reading of Bill 17, Honorable Speaker, actually passed. And matter of fact, Honorable Speaker, I'm reading from April 8th, 2025, Hansard, 1132. You declared the motion carried. Ayes 49, nays 0. I mean, so we're talking about, this was a bill that no one stood in the way of, Honorable Speaker. We all feel, and I do believe, all sides of the House, even though the Minister of Education and other people on the NDP government benches want to create this narrative out there that is false, is absolutely false, and puts information out into the universe and out into Hansard about people not being in favor of feeding children, and I think that's just wrong. But that just seems to be the narrative, as we heard in question period today again, on the divisive tactics, the bullying tactics, and again, examples of the toxic environment that we have here in the Manitoba Legislature. It's unfortunate that the members on the NDP government side and the Canoe government just can't help themselves. They just can't seem to be able to stand up and answer some questions, and simple questions, much like some of the questions that I had asked on Bill 17, the Public Schools Amendment Act. Things like a simple question. This is question Q&A sort of 101, where an opposition or a member within the chamber asks a question in regards to as simple as, who did you consult with bringing forward this bill? And at the time, and it's nice to know that the minister had changed her tune and was able to actually sit down with some organizations or people. She even referenced, just to sort of give some evidence that I actually do listen to the minister and what she's saying, what she's putting on the record about the grade 6 student from Seven Oaks School Division, talking about how nutritional snacks or foods are helped move forward in the education sphere, but not only within education, within the school day, but also helping to go out and then do some of that volunteering, honorable Speaker. So again, I mean, the minister had started sort of down the path of talking about stats, and we know that usually math is a little more difficult for the Canoe government. And so when they start talking about stats, they start talking about economics, they start talking about anything math related, numeracy related, they falter at times. But I too would like to extend a congratulations and thank them for the hard work that they've done over the years, the Child Nutrition Council of Manitoba, for working with not only schools, school divisions, but also community organizations. The education minister talks about how, and then continuously pats themselves on the back, her and her premier, about creating and to quote from her, the universal nutrition program here in Manitoba. And it really, Honorable Speaker, it's sort of interesting that the minister would stand up in the chamber and put misinformation on the record in regards to that she's trying to say that the federal government followed the Canoe government's lead, which we know really those of us that actually had a finger on the pulse on education, not only in Manitoba, but across this great country of ours, Honorable Speaker, is that we started having those conversations with the federal government to try to incorporate and put in a universal or a national school food program. And those conversations started back in, I'd say in the summer, July of 2022, when at the time, former Member of Parliament, who was a minister, Karina Gould at the time, was the minister talking about how this would potentially roll out across Canada and then be divided up. And it's interesting that when the minister was asked the question about federal dollars, she said that there was absolutely $0 in the Universal Child Nutrition program, which is actually false, because Manitoba and other provinces have signed on to take part of the billions of dollars that the federal government had put in. And I actually, at the time when Karina Gould, the Member of Parliament, the minister, was the minister, actually enjoyed working with her, worked on many different initiatives to try to bring, again, early childhood education in, and that's actually my predecessor within that file, Rochelle Squires, who had the early childhood learning component, had originally signed the Canada-Manitoba agreement. And then we basically, I inherited when Premier Stephenson had then amalgamated the two departments, education and early childhood learning. And so that's when I had the privilege and the honor of becoming the Education and Early Childhood Learning Minister at the time. And then that's when the conversation started going and started coming on with the national food program. And so when we talk about Bill 17, the Public Schools Amendment Act, the minister is also bringing forward this bill. And again, we're going to see the bill pass through third reading today, and that's if members like the member for St. River, who wants to put some words on the record, and I don't know, sometimes I even think the member for Elmwood wants to put some words on the record again, and I think he holds some form of record nationally for putting words on the record, and so he I don't know if he's going to stand up today to put a few words on the record or not on Bill 17 or others, but I always like listening to the member for Elmwood get up and speak at times, because he's experienced. He's got that knowledge, both here at the provincial level, but also at the federal level. So I think it's again nice to have that collaboration across the aisle. And that's why, again, we saw the different, the line of answering or the non-answers that we saw coming from the Canoe government today on the fact that they just couldn't help themselves, Honorable Speaker. The NDP ministers, either they were not prepared in regards to their own portfolios, or like we had witnessed today, and I'm not sure if the public cameras caught it, but again, talking about media, being in the media gallery, seeing what happens when the cameras are off and the microphones are off. I know that some of the ministers were strongly encouraged when we could visibly see that they were struggling answering some of the most basic questions during QP today, that they were handed their talking points on trying to attack our
Order,
leader.
please. I would ask the member to please keep his comments relevant to the bill. Honourable member for Lac du Bonny.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. And so, much like here in the chamber, again, whether it's QP or whatever else, we talk about nutrition. We're talking about how important nutrition is. Bill 17 that we're debating this afternoon, third reading, we're going to see it pass through third reading and become law sometime, I guess, early June. We'll see if there's other bills that are going to be brought forward. I know the education minister had quite a bit to say, but I just want to reiterate a lot of the information that the education minister continuously puts on the record has some holes in it, Honourable Speaker. So again, on this side of the House, on our side of the House, the Progressive Conservative Opposition Party are absolutely in favor of feeding kids, making sure that students are going to school on a full stomach, and for those students and myself as a guidance counselor, and a former guidance counselor, and I know that some of the educators on the NDP side had something to do with working in student services a little bit as well. So they know firsthand on how students function or maybe don't even function as well at school. And again, a lot of it was that stigma, like the education minister mentioned a couple times the stigma of trying to get up and potentially even ask for food if they're coming to school hungry. And I think there has to be that wraparound service, and that's why when the original Canadian the Council for Food and Nutrition here in Manitoba, the Child Nutrition Council of Manitoba, we actually had more than doubled the money to them. And they sat with, status quo under the former NDP government, under Gary Dewar and Greg Selinger. And again, we know that Greg Selinger was, the role model or the mentor to the now Premier, the MLA for Fort Rouge, the Premier. And so I don't quite understand why that those dollars were frozen under the NDP government, but we had then went and more than doubled the funding to the Council for the Child Nutrition Council of Manitoba. As we move forward, this bill, we take a look at the funding that was given in education last year. We see the funding that was given to education this year. Honourable Speaker, we're seeing an absolute reduction, a cut to education in this province. And it's, I think that is going to be more detrimental in the long run in students' abilities to learn numeracy, literacy, science, the arts moving forward, various different things. We know that what's happening is because of the reduction in the school funding, and again, the education minister patting herself on the back for some school funding, and yes, there's definitely funding that is going to a nutrition program here in the province. But I think what's going to happen over the next year or two, once we start to see the reports come out from the various schools and the school divisions, is that she's going to see that the program that they actually had launched here in Manitoba is not universal at all. We know that during the big announcement when the Premier, the MLA for Fort Rouge, we know how he really enjoys those photo ops and those ribbon cutting opportunities, and he sat at a student's desk with this plate a sandwich, and there was some fruit and veggies, and I think there was a milk carton off to the side. There was at least a juice box, I'm sure. And you know, he was smirking, as he usually does, and the photographers were clicking pictures. Well, Honorable Speaker, I think that was a little bit disingenuous, because I really don't think that all students across this great province of ours are sitting down today in this universal nutrition program, are sitting down to that plate with a sandwich, fruit, veggies, and a juice box, or a milk carton, Honorable Speaker. I know not in the various many schools that I've spoken to and seen. Absolutely. Is there snacks? Absolutely. Is there some schools that are providing higher quality or higher, you know, sort of lunches or breakfasts? Absolutely there are, but it's not universal, Honorable Speaker. We take a look at the dollars that this actually breaks down to, Honorable Speaker. The 2023, that's the latest publicly available data, has Manitoba at just under, well, about 220,000 students. You know, we've got approximately the 700 schools, you know, give or take. We talk about the $30 million that the education minister continuously pats herself on the back for. And again, Honorable Speaker, we want to see kids go to school, children go to school and learn. And for those students that show up and they're hungry, it's good to have that opportunity to be able to go and either get a snack or maybe even something better than that. But we take a look at what the basic math tells us, and the basic math tells us that it works out to about $136 per student per year. So in the 24-25 school year, that's 193 school days. So the Canoe government, Honorable Speaker, I know I know you're probably pretty good at math, and I'm not putting you into this debate, but that works out to about 70 cents. 70 cents per student per day, Honorable Speaker. And you know as well as I know that I don't know where this Canoe government is shopping. We know that they're not shopping that way for themselves, because we've seen the Premier talk on more than one occasion about his salads that he purchases for himself that range from $13 to $17 for his own office, and I'm not sure if he's using Skip the Dishes or he's actually going out himself and picking these salads up. But we're talking $13 to $16 for a salad when we're talking Bill 17, we're talking the Public Schools Amendment Act about the amount of dollars or cents. They're not even dollars, they're cents, Honorable Speaker, that are going per student, and that's 70 cents. Now, Honorable Speaker, we're going to go one step farther to talk about the dollars and cents that are being used on the Children's Nutrition Council, or the Universal Nutrition Program here in Manitoba. What we're seeing is that that's not even taking into account the people that actually have to do the work to prepare, to then transport, to potentially put in the infrastructure for like the kitchens or the freezers or the fridges and all those types of things, Honorable Speaker. So, you know what, I've had the pleasure of putting a few words on the record. I think we've come to the agreement that all sides of the House, we want to make sure that children are going to school and fed, and those that are not being fed, that there's opportunities for them to get some food. Because we on this side of the House, the PC party and the opposition for now, another year and a half, 2 years to go on that. And I think today was a great start, showing Manitobans that we're ready to go. We're government in waiting, not like the divisive tactics of the Canoe government. We, on our side of the House, absolutely feel that kids can concentrate better with their bellies full, Honorable Speaker, and that's why we're moving Bill 30 past third reading, unless, of course, again, members of the NDP want to stand up and try to hold this bill up again. I don't know why they'd want to do that, but we're going to see this bill go forward through third reading and receive royal assent, and just watch for the minister to come forward with her reports on how this is benefiting students in this great province of ours universally. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Seeing no further questions or no further people wishing to debate, is the House ready for the question? So the question before the House is concurrence in third reading of Bill number 17, the Public Schools Amendment Act, Nutrition Equality for Lasting Learning Outcomes. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed and so ordered. The motion is accordingly passed. The Honourable Minister of Public Service Delivery.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I move, seconded by Honourable Minister for Environment and Climate Change, that Bill number 31, the Property Control for Grocery Stores and Supermarkets Act, various act amended, reported from the Standing Committee on Justice, be concurred in and be now read for the third time and passed.
It's been moved by the Honourable Minister of Public Service Delivery, seconded by the Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change, that Bill number 31, the Property Controls for Grocery Stores and Supermarkets Act, various acts amended, reported from the Standing Committee on Justice, be concurred in and be now read for a third time and passed. The Honourable Minister of Public Service Delivery.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I'm so proud to be standing in the House on third reading of Bill 31, the Property Control for Grocery Stores and Supermarket Act. Our government promised in the throne speech to end property control that limits competition in the grocery sector. Honourable Speaker, this bill does that by amending the Law of Property Act, the Real Property Act, and the Municipal Board Act. This will stop the use of property controls in ownership and the leasing agreement in the grocery sector to increase competition and stabilize the grocery prices. New property control cannot be created, and existing property controls are canceled unless the holder registers it within 6 months after the bill passes. Honourable Speaker, a property control can be referred to the municipal board, who will decide whether the property control is in the public interest or should it be cancelled. More competition is in the grocery industry is expected to increase access to healthy food and make life more affordable for all Manitobans. This is just one of many actions our government has taken to lower costs for families. I look forward to this bill receiving the unanimous support of this House. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Miigwech, Honourable Speaker, on House business.
The Honourable Government House Leader on House business.
Is there leave to include a list of names of guests in the Hansard transcript for today's sitting, with the names to appear after the member statement made by the Minister of Housing, Addictions and Homelessness?
Is there leave to include a list of names of guests in the Hansard transcript for today's sitting, with the names to appear after the member statement made by the Minister of Housing, Addictions and Homelessness? Is there leave? Leave has been granted. Now we're speakers to Bill 31, the Honourable Member for Borderland.
Thank you, and it's a pleasure to have the opportunity to rise today and to speak on this legislation, to be in the People's House and be doing the people's business with the PC team, which is a team that is united under a new leader, and we're ready to serve and to provide that alternative for hope and optimism and change, and that alternative to the dismal NDP record that we've seen in the last 2 years. And I'm going to talk about their dismal record. I'm going to talk about their dismal record, and we'll have some fun doing that. But we're here today to debate Bill 31, the Property Controls for Grocery Stores and Supermarkets Act. And as I said in my previous remarks during second reading, that the bill is notionally a reasonable bill and one that our PC team will be supporting. However, our broader concern is that I don't think it is going to have any impact at all, and we can talk about that. The bill is aimed at big grocery stores and properties 2,000 square feet or larger, and it does not apply to small convenience stores like the 7-Elevens and other small grocery stores. There's a loophole, essentially, is what it is, that allows for the registration of restrictive covenants by businesses that hold them, that currently have them, and businesses have 6 months from the date that Bill 31 becomes law to register those restrictive covenants. So essentially, every business that relies on those agreements is going to make sure that they're registered. So they're going to use that back door in this legislation, and therefore, I think, nullify the whole point, the effect of this legislation. I think it's interesting as well when you look at some of the reaction to this legislation, and I quote from a CBC article that was published on November 20th, 2024, where University of Guelph professor of food economics Mike von Massow said scrapping restrictive covenants for grocers isn't going to drop grocery prices to levels seen prior to skyrocketing inflation. His quote is, "There's no real evidence that these property controls are making a significant difference in a lot of places." Locally, we have a great quote from local businessman Munther Zeed, who said, if the Premier wants to truly look into making groceries cheaper, the province needs to look at wholesale costs. Zeed said he even invited the Premier to call him so that ideas of how to bring prices down can be shared. There's no competition in the wholesale side to force prices down, he added. On the retail side, we cut our margins to try to be more competitive, but there's only so low that you can go. And again, that's from local businessman Munther Zeed. And it's interesting that he talks about wholesale costs, because that is an area that this government could be working on. And wholesale costs, that goes into interprovincial trade, that talking about finding new markets and finding new markets for Manitoba grocers to be able to buy from more cheaply and thereby lower the cost of groceries. This Premier certainly has been traveling. He's been leaving the province to go on trips, on all expense paid, taxpayer funded trips, all inclusive, taxpayer funded trips to Washington, D.C. And he's made not one trip to Washington, D.C., but two. And I think members opposite may be surprised to hear me say this, because they're stuck in their own little echo chamber over there. But the Premier went not once, not twice to Washington, D.C., but he came back with 0 jobs and 0 deals for Manitobans. And so there's nothing that grocers, that those mom and pop operations, in our communities all across this province can look to say this is what the Premier brought back. And that's unfortunate. It's unfortunate to make those trips, and I think it speaks to what this government is all about, which is showmanship and no substance. But it's interesting. It's interesting, though, that, and I think this is really, really important too, because as I mentioned to the Minister of Families that we were going to be talking about her and her government's record here, and how that unemployment has risen from 4% to over 6% this year in their time in office. And that we also found out, and this is in the Winnipeg Free Press, that Manitoba trails provincial peers in 2024 GDP growth. That's devastating. So GDP growth way down, unemployment rate way up, inflation way up, food costs way up. That's the record of this government. Not only that, but 50,000 Manitobans rely on food banks every single month. That's a concern. 50,000 Manitobans. There's only 1.3 million of us in this province. 50,000. That's the record of this government. That's the record of this government. So when you look at this article, Manitoba, and again the headline, Manitoba trails provincial peers in 2024 GDP growth. How did we get here? Manitoba's GDP growth lagged behind all other Canadian provinces in 2024. The Keystone Province logged a 1.1% increase in its gross domestic product, falling short of the 1.6% national average. And as our leader, the leader of His Majesty's Loyal Opposition, said in his line of questioning today, and unfortunately we didn't get an answer, but he quoted Lauren Remillard, president of the Winnipeg Chamber of Commerce, who said, "We need a concerted focus around economic development." Remillard said, "The economic horse is not getting the attention it needs, while the social cart is getting heavier and heavier." And unfortunately, that horse is Manitobans. That horse is Manitoba moms and dads, many of whom got up early this morning and went to work. And they're working hard to pay down their mortgages, to put their children through school, and they're working hard to get ahead and try to pay their taxes and pay the bills. And unfortunately, this NDP government is making life more difficult and is doing absolutely nothing to bring down grocery prices. So while we support Bill 31, unfortunately, will be of none effect, and I thank you, Speaker.
Is the House ready for the question? The question is concurrence in third reading of Bill number 31, the Property Controls for Grocery Stores and Supermarkets Act, various acts amended. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed and so ordered. The motion is accordingly passed. What the Honourable Member for La Vérendrye.
Honourable Speaker, could we have a quorum count?
Just for the members' education, there's no point asking for a quorum count because we need to ring the bells for a minute, in which case we would run out of time. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Oh boy. Is there leave to call at 5 p.m., Honourable Speaker?
Is there leave to call at 5 p.m.? Leave has been granted. Order. The hour being 5 p.m., this House is adjourned and stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.